Well, that's exciting. Gurk Dole, I love you, that's all. Yeah. It's always money in the banana stand. I do have socks on. It's not doing any good. I'm freezing my fucking ass off, Carl. I feel like a goddamn meat popsicle. Gorg, it's Moana. It's something's happening here. Is that a Snuggie? No, it's a hoodie. Twat Waffle, thank you so much, man. Guys, give Twat Waffle a big shout out for hooking you up with Cornichon. Much appreciated. Thoughts on cat earnings and forecasts? I didn't get a look at it this morning. I assume it was good. Ugh, why did it drop so hard? No. They missed on fucking earnings by 15 cents? Oh, but they beat on revenue by 5%. That doesn't seem bad. Nice entry. Ding ding. Bring up my various charts. Oh, that's not the right shit at all. God damn it. There we go. Have you noticed that when you make us money, Ko-Fis get dumber? Anyway, thanks for all you do. Thanks, Girks Bidet. I appreciate it, man. Right, and then go to the okay. Here, do that. That's pretty cool. All right, futures had a nice bounce on the like long-term trend, so that's nice. Looks like Tesla died. Do you think it could go back up? Down 60% already. What about Cat? Is it still looking good? Cat looks decent. I might buy some more like 260s. Seems to be recovering okay. Hmm. That's its first miss in a long time. Oh no. They're doing the shorts. The shorted open. Wow. All the liquidity they got back this morning is now gone. Look at this shit. It was like half an hour ago. And it's already back. It's already reverted. Where's my boy Rev? Is that 6 foot or 8 foot grave? Revlon? Last I heard they were fielding buyout offers and going into a proceeding to just pay out the creditors. Or they were hoping for buyout offers. I have not been following it super closely. The share lending's nice though. Lots of people want to borrow the shares. Fidelity Upstart borrow rate jumped up 3 points to 23.75. Yeah, it moved up yesterday, but there was no significant change to the prime borrow rate, which was interesting, to say the least. Jesus Christ, how did they burn through so much fucking ETF liquidity? It jumped on the ETFs hard. Well, that can't last very long. It's only like 1.5 million shares. Jesus, Tesla's rocketing. You were saying about Tesla? Tesla guy? You're not down 60% anymore. Congratulations. When do we get smugness? I'm too cold. SPX Greeks? Greeks are in the daily. I'll copy them over. Give me a second. Like, go argue with my landlord. The fucking heat's out on all the floors from mine up. And all the floors below me have heat. The heat isn't rising. It's like fucking 20 degrees out or some shit. It's cold. I think I saw it snowing. Just make a hole in your floor. I hope their stupid pool freezes. Am I looking at SPY? Futures doing, because it's going to be important. All right, Nasdaq's back above 12,000. A pretty key level. ES is still fighting at 40.40. It looks okay. Like, it looks like it's going to keep going up. We definitely want to see some of that pressure. They shorted the fuck out of Upstart at open. That was like all the ETF shares. I think yesterday was QT. We're still not sure. You know, we were looking at like the on RRP and like Fed balance sheet in relation to SPX yesterday. And there was a pretty high correlation, but JFresh also had a really good like hypothesis that we were seeing like some of the interest rate arbitrage finally play out. So calls were too cheap relative to puts. So you can make free money buying calls, selling puts, selling futures, and buying bonds. I think is how he put it. Maybe he's around and he can correct me if that's wrong, but I believe that's what he was talking about. Which means someone took a shitload of risk yesterday and had a very, very deep pockets and fucked all the longs. Start plans reduction of current workforce by approximately 20%. Okay. That sounds bullish. They can still short with ETFs and with puts. Everyone asks this every time a stock is on reg show. You just need a pre-borrow agreement to short with like with the standard lending pool. New 8K file this morning drove the volume in pre-market. Okay. When SPX bounce, we'll see. Futures are moving, but they don't have a lot of volume right now. Probably not a good sign for the rest of the day. Don't look particularly bad, though. Maybe just a little consolidation here. We might fill the gap. You're playing SPX today? I have a straddle from yesterday. Tesla bullish? Not if it keeps selling off. We don't want to see that. Ooh, gross. Okay, SPX is turning back around now. 1 second, this might. All right. Another Bears versus Bulls tug of war. We'll see. Yeah, it's could be another long day. The Fed meeting's tomorrow too. Hopefully not, but we'll see. Futures are kind of trying to break up. Nasdaq's up this morning, which is helping a bit. So is Russell. Dow not doing so great. Bonds are getting a lot of activity. Dixie's flat. DQ. 58 points. Oh, it gives us a little pressure. Just like that, our upshart gains are gone. They shorted the ever-living fuck out of it, like right at market open. It's probably hard for them to control the price in pre-market. I don't know if it's related, but AI had been OPEXing. Maybe? AI? Ooh. Curious. Might be. Volume trend looks to be in line. Although it's been kind of climbing up. Well, yeah, I mean it's doing its thing. Pulled back yesterday. It looks pretty good. What was that on? 15-minute? Well, we briefly went above $20 twice. All right. I don't know. There's a lot of stop loss hunting on the downside. Big volatile candles. I don't know what's driving so much volatility. This would be a good time to roll the color. Jamie. AI maybe and bots? Oh, maybe. Bots did some weird shit in after hours, but Upstart only moved up. Upstart moved up like, what was it, like almost $1 on like 6 shares or some shit, 50 cents. I've been a dole holder for a year now. Was it that long ago? Is the market seriously expecting 0.25 from Powell tomorrow? If so, does that, if he does 0.5, does that mean big downs? I mean, it'll mean a drop. It may not be big, but it'll mean a drop. Upstart 2023 savings cutting plans to incur approximately 57 million in operating expense savings by March 2023. Okay. Their overhead's not very heavy. I mean, I guess they're being responsible. I know they cut some staff last year also. The time frame you set on your thesis regarding AI, it fits pretty well. Yeah, it does. It's fitting better than the stocks that we're watching, at least. As far as volume goes. Although the risk may not be as high there. I don't think Upstart is done for the day. I hope not. Were cat earnings that bad? No. I mean, they beat 5% on their revenues, too. Their EPS was a little low, but I mean, costs were higher in the beginning part of last quarter, so I don't know. It could have been that, EPS was a little overestimated. Cat safe through Fed rate hike. I'm concerned they drop hard with the market. Oh, they could. Yeah, if the Dow comes down, they can drop. You have high concentration in one or more securities. Thanks, Fidelity. SPX pure insanity today. It's going a little wild. But futures are starting to push up towards 40-50, which is a good sign. is it about targeting? I want to buy so many upstart shares and the lower prices we will see in the future. This company knows what it's doing. I really think that they have very good management. Cat safe through the Fed rate hike. Upstart shorts kind of overreacting. No. I mean, I don't. 20 is dangerous. So between 20 and 25 is the majority of like the long short position that's been taken since like May last year, right? Like that's where it's accumulated. They don't want to lose profits. They clearly want to hold on to their shorts. So it's a really risky price for them. It's also on reg show, which means it's very hard to stabilize the price once it starts going up. And it looks like at market open they dumped just about every ETF share available into the onto the lit exchange. So, and that's just going to create more fails. Jimmy's having a kind of interesting morning too. Yep, futures are looking a little better. They might break 40-50. Cool. Are we done with GME OPEX? I don't think so. We still don't have any realization of liquidity. We're just in like meme stock purgatory where it runs just enough every day to keep it from actually running. Fuck, I'm cold. Oh, 1 second. I think there's someone up here. Fuck. 3 o'clock? Jesus Christ. All the pipes in the building are gonna freeze. You need to get a heated blanket. Those are dangerous. If you zoom out on GME and look at volume during these liquidity events, does it look like each event is slowly declining in volume, and the volume we've seen the last days is in line with the trend? Um, yes and no, but that also has to do with the amount of obligations created, right? And the time frame between obligations being created and being covered. Cat earnings miss is kind of a misnomer. They beat revenue by 4.5%, but they missed earnings. So it's not a misnomer. I mean, they missed on EPS, they hit on big on revenues. Honestly, the revenue growth is far more important. Do you have space heaters? Stay warm. I have like a little space heater right here, but it doesn't do shit. I'm pretty sure it's just blowing fucking cold air on me right now, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm gonna check it. Warm. Well, like 3 inches from then it's cold again. Is tomorrow the last day you expect price action? I think, yeah, tomorrow's the first, right? Yeah, tomorrow's the last one. I'd rather get it today, if I'm gonna be completely honest. Turn your oven on. I could do that. Start mining with your GPU. If you start baking a frozen burrito now, it'll warm your apartment and might be ready by lunchtime. Are you secretly a poor if you can't have heat? Maybe. That's It's a good argument. If your computer is on the ground, open the side and put your feet by it. It's not, and it's also not that warm. I've far too efficiently cooled my computer. I need to put on like a video game or something to get it to heat up. Try running ATP and a YouTube stream and a space heater. It's just the ghost of Christmas past visiting Gurk. In your building, the heat and hot water are the same, so my guess is no hot water either. Yeah, I don't have any hot water either. Use your airbending breathing to stay warm. That's how Avatar Aang was able to stay warm despite being undressed in the South Pole. Jesus Christ. What do they do to Upstart? They shorted the fuck out of it and market open. The good news, they're basically out of shorts, so that's nice. They'd have to buy puts to keep shorting it more. They blew out their ETF liquidity already. They're trying to get Upstart under 1750 to close the puts so they don't need to hedge the exercise shares from Friday. I don't know, man. I feel like they've been trying to get it under 1750 ever since it went above 1750, but so far it's been unsuccessful. ATP Schwab, YouTube 1080p, furnace with my laptop. Did the big boys do anything with the position they rolled to March? No, it's still there. They were opening a bunch of new shit on Upstart yesterday, but it was hard to tell what it was. I think Gamma Max moved up like 6 cents, so I would imagine most of it was fairly neutral. Or like more Ivy exposed shit. Oh, 1 second. is gonna be a long day. I have a cousin in Westchester. I could have someone run a pipe. Are we talking about? Are we talking about heating? Is today the day we finally see you make hot espresso instead of on ice? Would you like to mod my phone calls? That would be fantastic. Consumer confidence was weak. How weak? Not a super important data point, but 107 versus the previous 109. That's really that impactful. Maybe Chicago PMI being down a little bit too. Although contracting a little less. Very close to 1750. SPY continuing down today or bouncing? I don't know yet. A little bit of a sell-off there, but VIX is dropping, so futures are climbing back up right now. And if we're gonna have a bullish day, we want to see futures break 40-50. GME Gamma Max, no change. Nope. GME still no volume. Yeah, still very, very low. I don't have a microwave. Nothing like 16% swing at Upstart during the first 30 minutes of trading to let you know something is not right with the stock. Yeah. I mean, exciting, although I'd prefer the price stayed above $20. Do you think it's worth monitoring AI for cycles? I hope I'm not bothering you with it. Just the fact that it's following your thesis on many aspects. It might be. No, I don't see a reason not to pay attention to it. Its last significant peak was off like right after the ETF FTD period. Didn't really run in October. But I guess no XRT correlation there, so that makes sense. A little bit in November, ETF FTDs. Very little inside. It probably has a lot of ETF FTDs. So it's being operationally shorted at least. I don't know if it's being like vol shorted, but it might just be operational shorting, but it does look pretty good. It's definitely been running for the deferral period very hard. If you expect tomorrow is the last day for price action, does that mean they don't have T5 from tomorrow? I mean, the secondary market liquidity is already largely realized, right? We just haven't seen any buying of the underlying stocks, so I don't think they have T5. I think if it was deferred to this period, they would just have the standard settlement. So T2. Because this would just be the last the last part of the trade, right? The ETS books would be balanced, everything would be good to go, except the stock hadn't been bought yet. If there is a fourth trade. Probably boring day until noonish. Maybe. The pressure is nice. I mean, the shorts aren't being as nearly as aggressive today, so my wife wants to take me to a dominatrix and watch, but I'm a little hesitant. Should I eat pho or surf and turf before I go? Thanks for the help. Surf and turf. No one should ever eat pho. AI generated haiku. Gherk invest smart pickle. Oh Jesus, there's too many things. All right, this is all stacked up on top of each other. Give me a second. Gherk invests smart. Pickle finance flows fast. Upstart stock soars high. I hope so, Chaku. Thank you. With cat earnings today, how high do you see it can bounce? I got March 270 and 280, but down big. Did I cut a loss or is it worth the wait? It might be worth waiting. You may want to hedge the Fed meeting tomorrow. If the Fed meeting's fairly bullish, I could see cat recovering its pullback pretty rapidly. That was a haiku. What's the aim with this hard shorting? They have to buy the shares back. So what does this help them achieve? Um, well, it's an attempt to find liquidity on the bottom, right? So if you're short something, you would much rather people sell at lows and give you the shares needed to cover your short than to run it and get them to sell at the price they want, right? I'm not gonna lie, I think we're gonna see some shorts exit upstart today. We might. That was a hard push. Tesla going in for a perfect head and shoulders. Hmm. Quite a ways it can fall. I think it's gonna fill that 480 gap, or at least it's pushing back against it. Hmm. Hmm. Oops. What's Upstart's delta neutral? 1766 today. We're like right on top of that. Neutral, gamma neutral 1624. Yeah, rising. Well, not if it falls back to the neckline. The lows are the same. It's a little bit rising, but could also be to make the 1750s look better for margin and whatnot. Maybe. Upstart IV was way up this morning though, so maybe they were just trying to crush IV out. Moving up there. This drop off in price action at Upstart is in line with just about anyone who announced 20% job force cut. Yeah. Long term bullish on it, but I feel like this set of downs makes sense. No, job cuts generally aren't bearish. If they feel like they can save money, that's like a good sign for shareholders, right? The company already has a like very low overhead. So there's not a lot of cuts they can make, but the fact that they're focusing on that is the right decision in the current economic environment. I guess it's a reminder to shareholders that Upstart's not in a great place right now with the credit markets as illiquid as they are. Oh, interesting. Is it going to fill the gap or no? It's kind of bullish. Upstart is now at Friday's open, so no T+2 action. Some of it may have been resolved this morning, but it's hard to say yet. It's only 11. They have Upstart much closer to spot than it was yesterday, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's not a lot of T+2 left on that. GME, less successful. This is kind of bullish. I don't know if that's going to reverse the trend, though. How many shares do you think were used today to short Upstart? It was about like a little over 1 million, I want to say. We need a zebra juicy score for the SPX. We still here for defer packs T+2 though, right? Yeah. And prices are staying moderately elevated, so we'll see if the market pressure comes in. We need something to force those short calls out. I know you don't care, but Bobby has interest payments on bonds due tomorrow. They'll file for BK sometime today. That makes sense. Can you share how much liquidity has been used on GME? Let me take a look. Probably not a ton. It hasn't traded very much volume. Yeah, barely any. Although they did lose a little bit of their pre-market liquidity. Our trend has not yet reversed, at least not on the 4-hour. So we're still pretty flat. Here, I can show you guys. That's easier. They're still pretty flat on the 4-hour. It started to pull back this morning, but it's flattened out into market open. But we haven't seen a lot of liquidity used. Ooh. Hmm. So ES pushing 40-50 again. Yep. This look like on the 5. Yeah, I think the market's got a little bit more room to move up. I don't know if we'll see futures hit like 40-70 again today, but they could come kind of close. I will say it looks moderately bullish. Like the longer term trend's a little bullish, but a lot of the volume from the reversal earlier this morning has dwindled off. So we'll see. Break of 40-50 on futures is important. Very. Wouldn't that primary liquidity settlement be the first thing that force puts to close? Yeah, it usually is when we get it. But we haven't gotten that like big chunk of volume. Cost of bar and Upstart up 10% to 76%. If they're still hitting the pools, I'm gonna hold my March calls. They're definitely still hitting the pools. They burned up all their like ETF liquidity like right at market open today. So yeah, I could see Upstart's bar rate moving up quite a bit today, especially if the market keeps pressuring it. Is it just me or does SPX look like it wants to run really bad, but it keeps getting rejected? It's more of a battle in futures than it is on SPX. Theory, keep GME as low as possible to get people to sell before positive earnings. Maybe. I mean, there's no guarantee of positive earnings. That seems like a really risky strategy. Like I think there's still a pretty good chance that GME doesn't have positive EPS. It seems to be that with Upstart, we're up against some big players with deep pockets who are just not willing to give up their short positions. But they're very unwilling to give up their short positions. They're not wrong, right? Generally, shorts don't like to give up if they're not wrong. But they also don't want to become unprofitable after already becoming profitable, right? That would kind of be like overholding. So if they're pressured enough, some will capitulate, and if some capitulate, then all will. And the biggest problem with their short position, besides it being overcrowded, is it's very concentrated in a narrow price range. So a big part of the short position on Upstart is between like 30 and 20, with the strongest concentration from 25 to 20. So they shorted the shit out of it at those price ranges. And because it's so illiquid, obviously, the more shorts they pump into it, the less effect it has. And so, they weren't able to realize very significant profitability on the downside. And that means that, as the price moves against them, that profitability that they did realize after all that shorting dries up really fast. And instead of being, a positive asset, it becomes a risk. Am I crazy, or is Upstart not one of the most bullish opportunities I've watched in here? It's pretty exciting. I mean, it is. It's just, it's got a lot going for it. Upstart shorts are not refined like GME. Yeah, they are. They're just overcrowded. So there's big refined shorts and there's smaller, less refined shorts. But the smaller shorts that are less refined and less informed present a great deal of risk to the big shorts. Why not just take the profits and run? Got to be the first one out. And if you're big, it's hard to move the position without letting everyone else know, right? Another big problem with the short position on Upstart is that there are just as many institutions that are long at a much higher basis. Yes. I was finally able to get the river runs dry. Those who wish to hold back volume only have so many ways to do so. If overwhelmed, things get crazy. Hence, AP's maneuvering ATFs to volume max. ETFs to volume max. Boom. You're getting it. Close. Read it again. GME Zuma Juicy score 0.09 for the quarter and negative 65 for the year. I'd like to see it getting more negative as time goes on, but negative scores are great regardless. Yeah, they could do with better revenues. But I don't think RC really wants to spend a lot of money on advertising. I think he's more of the like customer service and word of mouth are greater than advertising. Um I don't necessarily agree with that being true. GameStop is established enough, but its image is bad, right? And customers like improved customer service and word of mouth are going to take a very, very long time to improve that image, which is something that advertising could do in a shorter period of time. Isn't there also a large institutional ownership of Upstart at much higher strikes? Yeah, yeah. Vanguard and BlackRock have insanely high cost bases. I've exhausted my reserves. I have nothing left in my cash. May I borrow your MM privileges for the cash session, citing extenuating circumstance? More sweet, light on Upstart or heavy and sour? We'll see. It's breaking up, so that's a good sign. The market's pressuring it a little bit. They do not have a lot of shorts. We really want to be over that like 18, 15, $19 level. Because then the calls at 20 start to attract the price a little more. Right now we're a little far from there, and we're a little too close to the 1750 synthetic shorts. So we want to be kind of above that midpoint. They might be. It might be the MM repositioning. I think we saw a lot of MM repositioning on GME yesterday as well. I just loaded up more Upstart 20C too soon. uh, we'll see. How's Fubo doing today? 44. Ugh, 250 is going to be a battle. How many cesses do you add to basises? What? Why did I buy $53 Fubo calls for this week? I don't know. Fun. Yeah. Well, Feute's not through 4050. Don't get so excited yet. Testing 4050. VIX is dropping though. VIX down to 1979. This is going to consolidate more. It needs more momentum to push up. Although, some good bullishness there. Let me look at SPX positioning right now. So we should have some info. Maybe I should wait a minute till the next update. Because this is going to be old now. Yeah, I'll just wait a minute. This is pressuring. Okay, so NASDAQ up like 57 points, 58 points now. Russell's killing it today. Back up 100 BPS. HSI didn't fall off as badly last night. Dixie's still pretty flat, up 8 basis points. Euro and the pound are down. Yen is down too. So getting a little bit of a headwind from the lack of change in Japanese economic data that came out. What's your favorite time of day? I don't know. Good question. The late afternoon? Is there an opposite of shorting a stock like this and creating obligations? I mean, yeah, if you have long buyers that need satisfied and you have no liquidity, then you need to create obligations to satisfy them, right? We suspect that Ryan Cohen's buy-in to GameStop was satisfied largely through ETFs, and that they didn't have enough available shares on hand at the time to fill his order. That's like part of what started to trigger all those failures, like back in August and December of 2020. If there's no liquidity grab today or tomorrow, what's the plan going forward? I assume they will continue with just enough liquidity in the future until they can't anymore. And they've already dragged it out far longer than we would have liked to have seen, right? They're operating on very little liquidity, but there's also very little demand, right? They're able to keep demand down by not realizing any liquidity. So it's kind of double-edged. Like they're in a shitty position, but no one's pressuring it. You saw the futures VIX correlation and only slightly more depth than VIX droppy futures uppy. We want to see, I mean, ideally for a strong upside move, we want to see VIX drop on rising futures. We don't want to see VIX stagnate on rising futures because that means a lot of repositioning is going on. We don't want to see VIX increase on rising futures either. We want to see them negatively correlated. So VIX, like generally rising volatility is inversely correlated to rising equity prices. So volatility, market price. That's what we want to see for consistent, strong moves in either direction. Is it good or bad for the price if the MM repositions? It's good. Very good. Yeah, if the MM starts hedging like the upside gamma um and delta actually, then yeah, it's very good for the price because then the MM is on the long side, right? I'm confused with the theory that JFresh thinks the market has to go up for a run. But if ETFs have to buy in, it shouldn't matter. I agree. The initial spike in volume is what we're looking for from that ETF buy-in. The market going up helps though. The market going up pressures the market maker, right? Especially when we're this close to those break points. They can only skew the market maker's hedge so much. And so getting that pressure can kind of flip that hedge and drive a lot of volume and volatility, which may, cause anybody waiting to buy the stock on the sideline to come in and buy, right? So either they come in and buy and pressure the market maker, or the market maker pressures them to come in and buy. But it can go both ways. So he's not wrong. It does help. But essentially they're catalysts, right? So you don't have one catalyst, you want the other. Okay, so futures breaking 40-50 now in a fairly good way. We're starting to pick up a little correlation with VIX, so VIX dropping on the rising price. Yeah, that's a good sign. Strong. What's our gamma neutrals for today on SPX? Fuck, this straddle's awesome. That's gonna make back all my losses from yesterday. Maybe we hit it 40-60. Okay, let me check the let me check everything here. Hold on. Okay, so gamma neutral on SPX, we're looking at off. We got 40-48. Okay, so we're about $7 short of gamma neutral. And then I'm gonna check positioning. Okay, so above 40-30, fairly flat gamma, positive at 40-40, negative at 40-45. So it could turn around here. Above 40-50, very positive. Up to like 40-65, 40-75. Zero DTEs. Pretty stacked to the call side, especially in these ranges. Shitload of volume coming in at 40-50. 40-40, 40-45, very positive. I'd like to see more call volume coming in, but this isn't terrible. And we're only 3 minutes behind, so hopefully we see some more call volume at 40-45. It's kind of contentious. They're definitely going to fight for that flip point. But if we can make it above gamma neutral, we look pretty good to the 40-65 range, which would be very good for all of our stocks. Although Friday gave some confirmation to the deferpex theory, would no settlement come February 1st? I mean, the theory is dead or needs a rework. I mean, it needs to be reworked. There's very obviously parts of it that are correct. If we don't see any price action and volume, into the middle of this week, then we need to figure out where it went wrong. There was a lot of places where it went very right? Like the secondary market liquidity realization was already correct. Some of the settlement and on a lot of other stocks it went right, but why not GME and Upstart? Why not these higher risk positions? Obviously, like, we're focusing our attention on positions where a lot of risk is generated because those will have the best returns, right? Versus things like Lucid, which was kind of a surprise, or Bobby, which is already ran out all of its liquidity. So we try to focus where the pressure is the highest, on the long shorts and the synthetic shorts, and where liquidity is the hardest to come by, because those tend to have the most upside potential. But those aren't running, right? And why aren't those running? And the lesser risk stocks are. Why is it okay to risk those off and not these? And how are they? We got to figure out how they're doing one and not the other, right? It makes sense if the market's up and these short vol positions and long short positions are all at risk market wide, that they would, cover the smaller positions first. But that means they still have to cover the big ones at some point, right? The Can keep ruling his long vol position in Feb to March after Friday? Yesterday they were opening a bunch in Feb and in March, so I don't know now. I bought $18 Upstart calls at the premiums for my $25 covered calls sold yesterday. This is the best. Nice. My favorite time of day is immediately after I'm done working out. The feelings of accomplishment, endorphins, and the discipline of delayed gratification is the best. Don't anybody ever buy Stefan Pontiff, because I will spend every dollar of that money hunting you down. Did you ever experience any stock-induced synesthesia? What images do you see in your head while you're taking in info and determining the next moves? I don't know. That's what a weird question. I don't feel the stocks. I'd like to touch them. I love them. They don't love me back though. Sometimes they do. Gorg, check SBH, Sally Beauty. Gonna be the next Revlon, except not go bankrupt. That's a big difference, turd. I hope Lucid runs again today so I can get out of my fucking shares. That'd be cool. SBH. Sally. Looking nice. Nice move up into earnings, too. Earnings is tomorrow morning? No, Thursday morning. $16. 16's the upside resistance there. I don't know too much about the options market on this. I would take a look. Man, their fucking margins have been just crashing over the last like 4 quarters. I don't think they're worth this much money. Float's nice and small though. They're like a little overvalued, don't you think? Yeah, Jamie's starting to pop up. Where's the GME volume? There is none. We're still sub 1 million. Might have poor Zabik. You might touch on how Cat March 17, 250 and 260 have the same gamma. Should it be kind of a gamma frown and be different? Hmm. That could have to do with interest at the strike. Hold on. Yeah, 260 is pretty stacked on Cat. 250, not so much. 250 is pretty flat. Possibly. I think Gamma's also running a little negative today. Yeah. I mean, 260's being weighted a little more heavily, and it's also at the money. Or sorry, not at the money, just out of the money. But way more interest at that strike, so that may be why. I don't have the options chain open right now. Or here. Yes, I do. Just look at it. Options, March. Damn it. March 17, 250. 160. Well, now they're starting to move a little bit apart. The leaps like not a lot of leap interest on either one. Jan 25, 260. They're very light. Yeah, I would say it's the difference in OI. It is a bit odd though. This has got to break down at some point. Did you average down your cat calls? And has JPM rolled their collars yet? Yes, I did. I also moved them forward a little bit, but I hedged the cat calls, so We'll see where it ends up today. I have stops in place on my puts, but I already hedged the earnings. Not a lot, but enough to cover the loss in my calls. If we get from 0.5 from Fed, are you still thinking the market drop will be short-lived? Yeah, I mean most of the reason the market drops with rising interest rates is that the expectation is then it generally doesn't actually. Most of the interest rate increases have not led to significant price action in the market. They lead to some volatility, but if it does drop, it's kind of just like positional moving due to the uncertainty being gone, and you know, obviously like point 0.5 is more bearish into the future, um, but it's still largely priced in. Like they're pricing in a pullback into the end of the year, but they're still pricing in, the Fed hitting their target rate before then. Time for some zero DT SPX calls. If I were going to zero DT on SPX, I probably wouldn't be getting more calls. I'd probably re-enter my puts. I'm getting ready to close the long side of my straddle. But I'm kind of uncovered from above 40.20. So I'd probably enter like 40.30 puts. This is probably gonna break down at some point. Unless we break gamma neutral, like this rising wedge like this is generally not bullish. It's bullish if it like peaks and then breaks down and holds the upper levels, right? And then starts to, get some momentum later in the day. But these don't generally break up unless things get really crazy. And we'd want to, a full recovery would be like, we'd have to move back up to like 40.65, which is still a bit out of reach unless we break above gamma neutral, which is at like 40.48. Gray or gray? It's spelled with an E. Probably both. Hmm. Mm-hmm. That's very interesting. Positive correlation there is really good. VIX is almost back at 1950. Futures are still struggling a little bit with like 40.55, but I think they're trying to push up. We'll have another like little surge of buying here in a second. Um, let's see if we get a breakout, I guess. I know you hate talking about it, but if the Fed doesn't crash the market tomorrow, is your Nvidia upside target still 210, 226? Man, fucking Nvidia has been really stable. Let me look. Hold on. I have my targets here. Yeah, 210, 226 I think is really unlikely. Like, the we need everything to go right. 0.25, good like Apple earnings, maybe good Amazon earnings also, and then good Nvidia earnings. I don't think we'll get all of those things. But if we do, everything's gonna keep going up, right? Is there still room for Tesla to run? Yeah. Unfortunately, they reduced some of the potential for T+2 yesterday. But it's still there, and Tesla looks very good. It's a nice ascending wedge. Hopefully we get a break back up to those like 180 levels. Nasdaq is strong today, so yeah, up 77 BPS right now, and yeah, it looks pretty good actually. Oil's doing way better today, which is helping S&P. Gorg, check SBH. Okay, I checked it. I think they're a little overvalued right now, but maybe it's got some more room to run into earnings. I'd be a little wary of their earnings though. I don't know if that's like an earnings play I'd want in on, because I wouldn't want to buy it at the current price, right? So it kind of limits what you can do with their earnings. Do you think the 0.25 rate hike tomorrow would be used tomorrow to pump our stocks or the market and realize what we're waiting for? I'd be okay with that. Work on stocks anesthesia. I don't see a chart with candles. I see a short seller in panic, a young woman with her child, a Dan working a shaft out the back of the windows. I mean, I, I guess so. There's like a little bit of that exists where I don't see it so much as like red and green. Oh, hold on, someone's here. If you get 0.5 the Fed, you still think the market will drop? Okay, 76.3% on Upstart. I know. Okay, thanks. I thought my understanding of things were failing me, but if it is a bit odd, then hopefully I'm not too far wrong. No, I think it's some to do with the open OI kind of weighting it. That might also be a good indication if the market makers, you know, calculating gamma at that level at a higher price. It may be a good sign that the market maker intends to move it back to that price. You mean moved cat position to April? No, not April. I'm in March on cat. I closed out the short-term position, entered some longer ones, and then I had some weeklies which stopped out this morning, and I have some puts open right now that haven't hit their stop. So I hedged the weeklies. I kept the longer positions. Well, I guess they're not really weeklies. They're Feb 17s, but everything else is March 17. So I have March 17, 260. No, 260s are gone. 270 and 280. Oh, and I have Feb. What is that? Feb 20. Feb 24s? Feb 24 265s. When the fuck did I buy those? Huh. Interesting. So when you go into earnings, there's a couple ways to hedge it. If you're already long or already short, you can move into a spread and then pull back the spread after earnings and capture the like pre-earnings IV bump. Oh, this is breaking up. Well, there's the buying, and it's a little stronger than I would have expected. Also, VIX dropping. VIX now sub 1950. Good signs. Maybe not such a shitty day after all. It looks like shorts overextended themselves this morning. Do you think they will capitulate today? It's possible. Let's see. Let's see how much pressure is applied to them. At this point, I don't think we've realized enough liquidity to get us off reg show for upstart. It can still run tomorrow. The full deferral period we're looking at is Jan 27th through Feb 1st. After that, I don't know what else to do but keep some long exposure. But we're not there yet, so it's not a concern. We'll talk about that more as the time is appropriate. Because that's just like, and it's a hypothetical, but we need to see if it's realized or not. Thoughts about Lucid today? I mean, it's got some T+2 exposure. Rising markets might help push it up a little more. I just want to sell my fucking shares for more than I bought them for. So I need it to go up like 12 cents. Natty sold Fubo CCs. We can run now. I don't own a microwave. 11 minutes until showtime. Are the puts still in place for upstart? Yeah. Where GME T+2? We're waiting. I mean, GME's up 3% today. It's doing well. But we'd obviously like to see more. Okay, so are we gonna break down here, or are we gonna continue to push up? This is already kind of ridiculous. Let me just put this up to gamma neutral. I don't think we're gonna test. Fuck. I don't think we're gonna test gamma neutral, but we could. Eight. Curious. Okay, futures are gonna pull back. There's a pretty good chance they pull back here. Okay, yeah. Jamie still looks pretty good today. Tesla's doing a lot better too. Stop loss hunts? It might be. This level's kind of weak. So unless we recover quickly, I think we can maybe pull down a little. Like if we're gonna, well, here's a better way to put it. If we're gonna pick up volatility, we're gonna pick it up soon. Jimmy's tips flat. Not really any realization in either direction. Ooh, we're turning, well, we're turning back a little bit. So we're starting to pull back now. That's a good sign. We want to really realize anything, we want to move back below that level from the previous day. So we need to move up a couple more bucks at least to really start pressuring shit. So far so good though. Nice bounce on the trend. Interesting, NASDAQ didn't pull back with that sell-off. Palantir? What's Palantir doing? Do I have to buy back my covered calls? Don't I have that open anywhere? No, Palantir's not doing anything that impressive. Volume's still really low on it. And a weird day on the 24th for Palantir. It does look like it's running a little bit, or it's going to start running a little bit. Huh. Wonder if that's just buying coming in towards earnings. Has anything changed? The market's trying to do bullish things. Did they short Upstart with puts? I just let it. No, they slammed it with ETF liquidity. They used up like all the ETF liquidity first thing this morning. Then they got it low enough that those like 1750s started to drag down on the price. But we're moving away from that. We still need to move up a little more to really get away from the weight of those and move up closer to the larger amounts of call volume at 20. We're definitely stuck in a channel here though. We could look at the Upstart tips. Give me a second. Yeah, Upstart's actually probably closer to realization than GME is. Like, Upstart's right at the level we want to see, so we want to see that keep pushing up. That whole fucking pullback this morning barely did anything. So, we're still looking, well, kind of like right at the money. So if we can push up to 1850, we're in a really good spot. This is what we want to see, right? Is we want to see like this. We want to see this big breakout in a very short time period. Big realization of liquidity. We've got a few of those. Historical reference. And the point at which we're starting from is maybe the most illiquid Upstart's ever been. And we haven't realized a significant amount of liquidity through here, right? So there's still quite a ways to go before we reach like a very liquid environment. The only time Upstart was more illiquid was like back here when it was running at like $400. All right, well, this is a good sign that this hasn't broken down yet. It's still, I mean, volume's still somewhat holding the trend. Yes, looking a little bullish. Maybe like it's gonna try to push up through 40.55. Did they roll the collar? How did we move up through 40.35 so easily? Oh, yeah. So that was bullish. Interesting. I guess we have T+2 on that big positive SPX hedge also. Confirmed large Tesla shorts pick up shorts and are still waiting to reposition. Did they short Upstart with puts? I just logged in on reg shows. How do they get the price down? What's all the shorting on Upstart this morning? There was a 8K, and then it ran in the pre-market and they slammed it at market open. They don't need a pre-bar to short from an ETF, but ETF liquidity is limited day to day. Have you tried calling the manager of the stock market? I mean, everything's moving up right now. I think people should be at least a little... My interest is peaked. I'll say that much. I'm surprised SPX recovering there was pretty significant. There was a really good chance of failure. Or maybe more so futures than SPX, but still. Someone's pushing for gamma neutral. If we break above that, then we start to get a lot of like upside stability. Do you show SPX, GN, GM, etc. on screen? No. The last 3 million volume on Upstart has virtually no price change. Nothing to see here. Self-regulation is a great honor system. I mean, they're definitely trying to churn volume, right? They need liquidity, so they don't have a choice. And they probably are trying to keep their fail to volume ratio manageable. You know, they basically created like 1.2 million fails at market open, right? That's not ideal. What's Fubo doing? Hold on. Don't get me. Why are you teasing me? Oh shit. Fubo broke 250. That's good. Nice. Affirm is running a bit. Okay. They're linked through not bots, but some of their smaller ETFs, I think. MSGM, or maybe it is bots. MSGM is almost up 900% today. Mad sus. Huh. About Theta and Upstart, I'm just holding all my positions for the event. That recent Upstart FTD data show anything good to you? It was okay. I mean, there's still a decent amount of failures on it. Is this it? Yeah. ETF failures are kind of peaking around the 7th through the... Well, we'll see ETF FTDs on the 7th through 13th of February. There's like 3 million ETF failures today. There's almost, or 300,000 ETF failures today. Sorry. 991,000 tomorrow. Then it falls off for a couple days. Underlying fails. Hold on, let me look. It's not Upstart. Where's Upstart? There it is. Underlying fails. Fail to volume ratios. I mean, we're still hitting a few days of like 8 and 6%, but not a ton. FTD started to move up a little bit into like the 13th, which was the last reported date. Obviously, they moved a lot higher after that because we got on Reg Show. So the period we really want to see, we're not going to be able to see for another like 15 days, right? But I would imagine it's no different than the previous 2 times it got itself on Reg Show, where we're going to see, you know, a really high fail to volume ratio. Maybe there's enough long interest now and enough options interest and far dated options interest that we stay on Reg Show a little bit. Maybe we run on Reg Show soon. Well, we've already run a little bit on Reg Show, which is a good sign. The fact that we went on Reg Show so quickly after such a small move up is pretty bullish too. Are you reading that off my charts? I did, Carl. Well, I'm a little proud of you. You're doing goods. Can we please track your thermostat reading? What was it at open? Up, since, etc. It's currently like 38 degrees in my apartment. Why didn't I buy Theta? I don't know. I have a sweater on. I'm wearing got a hoodie. That's hot. Oh, Celsius, that's like 3. That's like 3.2, 3.3 Celsius. The brick and AC is good for you. Rolled out my face. Tired of the bleed out. I'm so much calmer now. Nice. Has a sweater, but also a thick, velvety, smooth mane. I suppose. I bought shares in an insurance company, and the same week, Auckland got flooded and the stock tanked. I'm sorry to hear that, greedy dead man. Can I believe how much you pay in rent to live so shabbily? Come rent my house. I'll just live for as long as you want to stay at that price, fully furnished. I will say that the management in my building is the fucking worst. Um, it's not great. Like all New York City apartments have problems, but I tend to have really bad luck. I've been moving in on Upstart a bit. It's really, really getting ready to do something. I feel it in my bones. I fucking hope so. Looks nice. So trends moving a little bit that way. Where's the fucking... Why does it do that? Wait, can I hit like Control Z? Doesn't do shit. Fuck, that trend's persistent as hell. We're gonna get a little steam here. Ooh, breakdown. VIX at 1940. Oh, there's just not that much downside here. This might just be like stop loss hunting. Like a tiny sell off in futures, but I think it's going to recover pretty quickly. I have a space heater. I will say the heat's never been out here before. The air conditioning didn't work for most of the summer. And then it didn't work into the end of the summer because that guy burned down his apartment. It's not slightly colder. It's very cold. Put on every sweater you own. Make white. It's a good way to get your blood pumping. Thanks, Carl. GB ups are super slow, and the downs are big jumps. Yeah. That's because our upside volume is basically non-existent. And then they dump it as hard as they can in order to prevent price improvement. I wouldn't say everything's running. GME is up, but they definitely fucking kicked the shit out of it right there. Well, we finally broken down. Back to the collar? Maybe. We have a little range. Futures don't look that weak. One second. Still not working. All right. Upstart MOASS today? I have no idea. I'll also fix anything that goes wrong while you're renting my house right away. I will do nothing else until it's fixed, but you won't have to worry because the major stuff is new anyway. Where do you live again, Cody? Like what state? I assume it's in the Midwest. Moving up pretty well on low volume. Yeah. I mean, they get a little bit of liquidity, they dump the price on the downticks. They're doing what they can to stabilize it, but it's trending up. SPX continuing upwards or more chop. We're starting to pick up a little bit more correlation with the VIX again. So I think we've stabilized the breakdown, which is very bullish if that's the case. But we need more time because there's not a lot of volume being realized here. VIX now down at 1933. So VIX is driving down pretty quickly actually. We tried rebooting the heater. I mean, it's the whole half of the building. It's the whole upper half of the building. Why do you assume Midwest? Because he's shocked at the amount of rent I pay? If you come live with me, I'll put out a frozen burrito to defrost every night. Well, the ironic thing is you bought all of that heating oil. Oh, that's the other house. That's not where I live. My disappointment with cat is immeasurable. It's like when your favorite child admits to doing coke recreationally. Really? I'm I'm fine with my cat position. I've got a little bit of time. I'm not super worried about it. And if it holds 250, it'll be okay. And I get the opportunity to maybe buy some more. Where's your head with the Fed speech? I feel like you're bullish almost either way they decide. I'm a little fearful of point 0.5. I think point 0.5 is possible, but it's less likely. If they do go point 0.5, there will be downside. I just don't know how long it'll last. I think most of the I think people are far too focused on the Fed right now, and I think most of the potential downside is going to be due to contracting margins and shitty earnings. So I'm way more afraid of Apple and Amazon earnings than I am what JPow says right now. Well, I'm not afraid, but prepared for. Not as much as I'd like to be though. I would like to buy more puts in a better range. Do you have running water? Yeah, the water's still running. After reading Losco about the SRO rule, I'm convinced they have 14C days to settle, which would put this around the week of Feb 17th. We'll see. They definitely covered some shit on Friday last week. Generally, they don't want these like long, drawn out upside moves because it encourages people to go long the underlying. They want rapid upside, which makes new buyers fearful, right? And encourages short selling. How much theta would you buy at Upstart 22 calls to the most return? I mean, it's up to you. Like, you know, you need, if you're going to manage or roll the position, you want at least like 90 days, 45 to 90 days. The more theta, the less risk, right? So, I mean, it's really just dependent on what your risk profile or how you want to manage your risk is. Having your kid admitting to do recreational coke is great because then you get friend rates for life, though. Also, your child will talk to you and tell you, hey, I'm doing coke recreationally. And then, you know, that's, I mean, that's just what a positive child parent relationship, right? I do have electricity. What do you think? I'm just like running the stream off of a Tesla or something? AMD earnings thoughts with Intel missing? Seems like AMD could have a slight miss as well. Debating CCs since it's also trading right near the top of its big channel. I'm going to wait until earnings is over to sell in the money covered calls on it. I think you know, AMD kind of was ahead of the pack in revising their guidance. I don't think revenues are going to take as big a hit as analysts assume. So I think AMD earnings will either be a slight miss or fairly stable, but not too bad. So it gives me time after earnings if I want to sell in the money CCs, right? And then if it hits, if they have a good earnings and it moves up more, then I get more value out of my in the money CCs. Imagine Upstart in this trend without that massive sack of shorts that was dropped on it this morning. Yeah, that would have been cool. Kramer's gonna have you on to talk about Cat. He's bullish on it now, and I was saying everyone else should be this morning. Ah, fuck. I'll just buy some of the inverse Kramer ETF to hedge. Does it feel like the last opportunity the shorts had to get out of their positions? Surely they can't get prices back to those levels on Upstart. Well, they failed to get it below 1750. But that doesn't mean that they didn't close the 1750s around there, or some of them. They definitely don't want it above 20. They really don't want it near 20, frankly. But definitely not above. And by slamming it, you know, they've got the rest of the day to slow cover before it reaches that level again. The child is also rich. Yeah, probably. Or a coke dealer. And then you have a child that's supporting the household. It's a win-win, I think. Think about using some of your BTU holdings to heat your home. I don't know if they're convertible for just straight up coal. Why is no one talking about Israel bombing Iran right now? That seems pretty crazy to me. Eh. Thoughts on that huge shorting on Upstart this morning? They shorted it hugely. Morning sugar tits. Literally just turned the stream on. Anything noteworthy rewinding for and watching it 2x for thanks, man? You could watch them slam Upstart at market open. That was fun. I just want to admit I'm sorry. I like it. It kind of reminds me of GME back in the day when they got scared and did big stupid things. They don't get scared on GME anymore. Oh well. Thoughts on your thoughts about thoughts? I have some. Look like they're still in the 1750s. Basically, no volume on those contracts today. Just a few in 317. But that OI is holding stubbornly. Well, it's a big fucking drag. It's not winning. I mean, right now it's out of the money. So just because a lot of us probably do a solid amount of coke or do coke recreationally doesn't mean it's good. Degens, cocaine is bad. Most other intoxicants, fine. Cocaine, not good. Your kid's doing cocaine, not good. Your kid's selling cocaine, worse. Wait, hold on. What if they're selling cocaine but not doing cocaine? I mean, there's got to be a little parental pride there, right? You're like, my child's a successful businessman slash woman. What if they don't get high on their own supply? What if you're like really mad about it, but then you find out that they made like 300 grand last year and they can fund your weekly's habit? Will they be tried as a minor? If so, go nuts. How does Lucid look to you, if you don't mind? I bought some weeklies at close yesterday in anticipation of a T+2 event. Volume about half the daily already and 2% up. It's getting a little volume. I mean, it's definitely not running as hard as it did a couple days ago. The call chain probably largely sold off, but with a small amount of price increase can come more interest. So we'll see. I'm very prepared to sell my shares. 300K tax free, right? That longing for Jimmy's silliness was visceral. Man, I felt it. Soon, Pickle Man. Soon. I can hope so, man. I'm getting tired of these. You just make so much more money on SPX and half the amount of bullshit. Coke is awesome. Fuck that PSA. Thanks, Plumber Poopy Hands. Just buy calls like the rest of us and gamble on meme stacks. Be normal. You know, for someone who's a lawyer in Miami, you have a lot of negative things to say about cocaine. Gorg, I just got out of a meeting. Time to panic. Uh, over what? What are you panicking about? Do you want to? I mean, go for it if you want to. Let's say you have someone inside GameStop who's not allowed to buy stock. Is it okay for me as a family member to profit from options based on the non NDA infos? That can be tricky. You could get them in a lot of trouble. I would speak with a securities lawyer before buying any like derivatives on GameStop. You don't know the youth today. Kids sell drugs, keeps all the money for themselves, still tells mom and dad they need money for food, etc. Well, I mean, if your kid's like pulling up in the driveway in a new Porsche, maybe you should be asking more questions. Take 300K, say that'll teach you. Don't ever do that again, but then wink when mom turns away. Girk, I can confirm my dad was a drug dealer, paid his debt to society, 19.5 years, and I am very proud of him. If my child admitted to using nose candy recreationally, I would be proud and just assume they got a job on Wall Street. Or at least are preparing for one. Did I just get the green light to panic? I'm gonna time so many people out if I did. No, not you, Carl. I'm up 50% of my dual shares. This means a lot, man. Congratulations, dude. Yeah. Meanwhile, I can't buy the other half of my position. I mean, I have enough. I have enough shares. I shouldn't complain, but I'm still pissed. Sometimes that happens when you DCA into stuff. It just goes up and then you can't do the A anymore, you know? I'd imagine some of you understand what that's like with getting married, you know? It's all fun and games till you slip the ring on and then... Still had 10K volume on August 1250 Cs. Don't forget that you could hedge long positions with options. Thanks. I got just stock right now, which I purchased before entering the company. Options sound a bit risky for my taste. Okay, that's fair. But yeah, if you did want derivatives, I would speak with a securities lawyer and make sure that, you know, you're not going to get in trouble for anything. Or you know, your family member or friend isn't. Could you ask the GME Family Guy if he was gonna buy calls or puts, please? Maybe we could ask the GME Family Guy for some forward fucking guidance. That's exactly what I meant, Average Joe. Good job putting the pieces together. I agree. I'm in prison. I'm so sorry to hear that, D-Engineer. What's it like being severely autistic and imprisoned? Do you think I can collect interest from wife lending? No. No. Your wife, last I checked, is not charging a borrow rate, Carl. Well, at least the rebate is higher than the borrow rate, right? Since we're talking about boring boomer stocks, Rig coming in with another all-time high after breaking its longer-term trend yesterday. Nearly 100% on my shares there as well. Nice, dude. Congratulations. I ditched my calls like a week ago. I didn't want to own it anymore. My Upstart 18 calls are printing so hard, I'm going to not be broke soon. Congratulations, man. That's really cool. She's getting rehypothecated so fucking hard. What a woman. Carl, when you first watched this stream, did you ever know that you were gonna gamble away all your money and develop a fetish for being cucked? A cuckold? A cuckold fetish? I wonder if I should have put that in the disclaimer. The only new thing in that scenario is this stream. You never realized that he would start thinking of your face during intimate times. Yeah, speaking of weird synesthesia, Costa Barra percent pulled from reporting on Upstart. Bullish. That just means they're out of shares. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you, big guy. Carl's wife is having a baby, and it's probably not his. Riku. I mean, if my significant other was pregnant and it was mine, I would be very upset. Costa Barra percent. Yeah, you said that twice. At least I have you, Pickle Man. It makes the autism bearable. Thanks, dude. Did you tell your wife that? Just... No, like, page is non-existent. Huh. Speaking of weird, here I am. Hey, Darth. After all the effort to short Upstart this morning, it's back to flat on the day. Yeah. They tried, though, right? Like, no update, page not found. Are you, are you using, like, one of the shitty, like, iBorrow desk, or, like, are you using actually using IBKR and it's not coming up in Workstation? Carl gonna be a great father to a half Persian beautiful child. The brokers pulled. Did you sell more cover calls bipolar, Carl? I didn't know centaurs could have kids. We can't. We're hybrids. I mean, they're hybrids. SPX going to gamma neutral. It's trying. I hope, you know, out of all the people here bag holding meme stocks, I do hope some of you are just killing it in my fucking, like, absolutely perfect SPX predictions today. Can you speak to WeBull and tell them to open to the UK? They probably won't. No, watching my protective calls get destroyed. What's a protective call? Oh, the protective calls for your sold calls that you then bought back. What's the spread on Upstart at the money? Like 3 cents. Jimmy's like 2, 3, roughly the same as Jimmy. Oh, it just went to 5. Tesla's actually pretty wide, but it's moving all over the place. Papa Greek is going to be an absentee father who pays Carl 1K a month in child support. That's enough to make Carl feel like a millionaire in wherever BFE he lives. Sold my one call at break even. We were rambling on about how we'd most likely break down. Well, we did break down, but then we recovered in the higher range, which is bullish. We discussed this. How much do you want it to break down? Do you want it to go back to like 420? That's a lot, man. Say the last day you're holding your meme stock options for potential covering. What? I mean, like, if you sold there, right, before the breakdown, right, you just buy back on the recovery of the trend, then you're up. I'm gonna have to, like, go over this step by step one day. Just say the last day you're holding your meme stock positions for potential covering. It's gonna be the last day I hold some of them. That's for sure. I'm gonna keep my synthetic long exposure. I might move around some options contracts. Ooh. Hold on. I think SPX is going to try to do a thing here. VIX just dropped to 1925. All right. We want to hold. We want to hold this level for. 2 or 3 more minutes. So we want to stay above 40.44 for a few more minutes. If we do, I think we're really well set up to test gamma neutral. Has JPM ruled their callers yet? Into what strikes? No, not as far as I'm aware. Oh my god, I've blurked out. You piece of shit. More along here? Hey guys, it's your boy Blurk. The best part is when the market is going up, is there's less walking. Because he bought calls, right? No, I think he got too drunk last night and he actually passed out. Or he saw me ban emergency exit and knew he was next, so he ran away. $44K calls at 40.60. See you later, BMG. 40.60 for 331. Is that not JPM? Ooh, that would be. When is that? Where did it roll? Where's OG rules? Why is he not watching the options flow? Guy has one fucking job. You banned emergency exit? Yeah, but then I unbanned him after he went to bed. You can ban and unban emergency exit as much as you want, Carl. Did you talk about the Upstart News thoughts? I think they're doing the right thing. I mean, they don't have a lot more costs they can cut after their last round of layoffs, but the fact that they're still focusing on cutting costs is exactly what I'd want to see them doing right now. So you're sitting at your desk, Crime Financial, your massive 1750 put positions are red as fuck. You're thinking to yourself, nah, it'll be fine. And you go for your 6th bathroom break for a few more bumps. And you're spot on with me seeing EE get banned. Good morning, Walkin'. How's the hangover? Here's the deal with Walkin', if you guys don't understand. He's ghosting all of my positions. But then he thinks by talking shit, he can get them to print. Someone said 44,000 contracts, 40.60, which would be a very small roll. Are they on SPXW? No. The wrong date. 40.65. When the fuck did that happen? Oh, they're right there. Did they move the puts up? Those are the sold ones. 30.60. $36.30. It's like the whole fucking position moved. Calls are at 40.65 for a bit now. This is your original roll. Huh. Why is the gamma so high at 40.35? The original roll was 40.30 and it was moved to 40.65 the next 2 days. 40.65 is in the color for a while. See, that's what I thought, but then I like double checked the gamma yesterday. There was like nothing at 40.65. Oh, that's gonna be tough to cross to the upside then. Hmm. You think Upstart is gonna climb the rest of the? Maybe there was just a shitload of put positions at 40.65. You think Upstart is gonna climb the rest of the week, or do you think everything is dependent on the Fed? I mean, Upstart still looks pretty good and has no liquidity, so it can keep moving up. I think a lot of things are dependent on the Fed, though, especially volume coming into the market. It moved in after hours a month ago. Huh. Why can't I see SPX options on WeBull like Gherk is demonstrating right now? You should be able to. You might need to open up the options tab right there. Is IB specific to a contract on a strike date, or is it for all contracts on a date? It's specific to a contract on a date. Are you talking about like IV30? IV30 is the at the money implied volatility average of contracts that expire within 30 days. Futures supporting a push through 40.45 today. I mean, they just tried to push through 40.45. If VIX stays low here, we might get another test. Or 40.55, rather. That was 40.60. We're a little higher than I thought. 40.60, sorry. Yeah, futures are attempting to push up. They did just fail, but not very significantly. I think we get another little, maybe like a little bounce here on the EMA. Let's see if that moves us up for a, well, that'll be a third test. If that fails, not particularly bullish. We're also approaching the midday, so what if we give JPOW some 0DTs tomorrow morning so that he pamps the market? I mean, I'm just gonna straddle the shit out of tomorrow. That's why yesterday was so weird. We were under the collar all day. Well, from market open, yeah. But that wasn't the only reason it was weird. There was a lot more going on than just being under the collar. Futures supporting a push through 40.45 today. They're already above that. GME halt into close? I don't know about that, but a break up above 22 would be nice. There is no pimento right now. I don't know. The pressure is very consistent to the upside. If it continues um, unabated, then there's quite a lot of room to move up. There's plenty of call interest still open on the chain that did not close out yesterday. Did they cover enough on Friday for OPEX? No, not really. That was kind of a very small amount of volume. It feels like Jimmy is going to disappoint again. It feels way too unpredictable, unlike the SPX. I mean, the SPX's continued downside yesterday was kind of unpredictable. The initial drop, not so much, but the fucking grind down was intense. 4060, not a meme. Well, I mean, if we break above gamma neutral, that gives us... You know, like, the collar isn't super well positioned at that point. So on rising prices into the collar, you get more momentum. It's when you break through it that you start to lose momentum, right? And then if you're falling under it, so falling prices near the collar have more momentum. But less because the gamma neutral is below the collar. If gamma neutral were above the collar, it would make the collar almost impossible to cross over. What do you think about the idea that the Fed can't go much further because it'll explode the US debt service cost? I mean, I don't think we have any problem paying our debt. Like, I don't think the US is gonna default on its debt. I think the news just blows shit out of proportion. It's all theatrics. Yeah. It's kind of the way like misinformation is spread, right? By like just like over reporting on things in a way. Entertainment even. Yeah. Talking about the printing we'll have to do when debt service goes from 400 billion to over $1 trillion. I mean, why do we have to do printing? There's plenty of money. I was in New York this weekend. Want to get a drink? First 2 rounds on me. Maybe. Are you going to be in New York this weekend, Carl? Well, they've got the service guys out in the hallway, so I'm trying to see if they're gonna come back to my door. I know I have to let them in at some point because they have to reset all the thermostats. Speaking of misinformation, is there anything you'd like me to misquote you on later today? We'll just see what happens. Last day of dry January for today for everyone who observes it. I'm probably getting ripped tomorrow either way, but it'd be nice to do so having just made a shit ton of money. That would be ideal. What the fuck? I'm in New York every day. Yeah, but that's not interesting. They'll wait till you enter SPX. Probably, yeah. I mean, I already have calls right now. But I don't have any, well, I don't have any independent long positions. I just have the long side of my straddle, which, well, it's above break even. It's profitable. But if we hit 40.60, it will make me all my money back that I lost on the straddle yesterday, selling the put too early. I still need the market to hit 39.65 in the next 2 weeks. ETF FTDs from today would be due on March 20th, aka OPEC settlement. You know what isn't in March? What? Wait, what isn't in March? Feels like we're just piling into weeklies and jacking up IV for Citadel to crush us. With what? There's nothing to crush with. People just buy weeklies. There's no stopping them. Did you exit the put side of your straddle this morning? At a slight loss. Once I confirmed like the uptrend. Oh, no federal holiday market closures in March? Exciting. See, renting my house would solve the problem of unscheduled workmen entering your home during the stream. And again, I'm throwing in a mini horse. Are you feeding the mini horse? What about foot rubs, Cody? Can we get those written into the lease? No? Damn. You drive a hard bargain. Algos are blocking SPX dips pretty aggressively today on the exchange. Could be someone betting on 0.25% upside. I think we just have like strong like bullish positioning, and VIX is dropping. Don't forget that the market makers also got a pretty big fat hedge rolling into this morning from last Friday. What's up, Matthew? You'll just eat Doritos and love it. I speak from experience. Are you a miniature horse? Yeah, nothing has stopped DDS. I have an apartment for rent, South Boston, 800 square feet, 850 a month. Everything brand new. Let me know. Jesus Christ. I mean, even for South Boston, that's cheap as fuck. But then I'd be a Southie. Ka. Harvard? Harvard, yeah. Fuck your mother. I could probably do it. Wicked smart. The dating scene's gonna just stress me out, though. I have a 4-bedroom house for rent, but you'd have to live in OC, California again. How much? Have your neighbors ever made a concerned call to animal control on you? No? Not that I'm aware of. You'd have to get more Ko-Fis to afford all the hair gel you'd need. True. Which means you'd have to ease up on your moderating tactics. SPX just gonna chop for the rest of the day. It could chop for the middle of the day. I'm sure it'll pick up some momentum later. 4.5k, but that's more than I pay now. Oh, they're not terrible. How are you going to keep a mini horse with no backyard? They don't take up a lot of space. I have a couch in my basement. Rent is negative $1,000 a month. Just target all of the Midwest transplant smart chicks with family money to put them through an Ivy League school. Oh, Jesus. Gherk, come live in my basement. I'll clear all the plastic and put away my wife's toys. Breakfast is always at 7:30 a.m. Kendra, I don't have enough energy to live in your house, man. Have you ever given thought to when your lease runs out and they try to jack up the price like you're expecting? Some, yeah. I mean, I own a house, but it's not in the city, so I don't want to live in it, you know? I'll just move somewhere more expensive, I guess. I'm definitely not going to stay in the building if they try to jack my rent up. I could buy a brownstone. I've always wanted to own a brownstone. I got a spare room in my basement in rural West Virginia. You'd have to share with my kids' toys. $6,000. Let me know. It doesn't sound like a great deal. New reality show. Gherk lives with different people from the stream. I mean, I might have to live stream all of it because of the risk. You know, like if I stayed with Carl and like he has one of his night terrors and starts strangling me and saying, "Remember that time you were bullish on Tesla?" It's very dangerous. Why don't you sell that house? Buy a brownstone when the foreclosures come in. You can be the Sherlock Holmes of stonks, right? I could just sit in my brownstone all day and play the violin at 3 in the morning. Get some sort of bronze plaque for the front of the building. Pickle jar. And then people can make what's it called when the people travel for religious reasons? Pilgrimages. Carl is Dr. Watson, more like Igor, but same idea. You can rent out my basement office in Ottawa for free and use my account to trade. Why do all of you people want me to live with you? Who says I'm a good housemate? I got a room in the well, free lotion and auto trader magazines. Surely I would never live with you, Walken. Surely the larger risk is the risk of viewers shadowing you. True. Just get a van and van life it up. You could even make a third YouTube to document your travels. That sounds terrible. I already have a second YouTube that I don't post anything on. Is this all just like a bid for me to manage your portfolios? You use my spare bedroom for your. I'm just gonna go from one person's house to the next and blow up portfolios on risky trades and be like, sorry, and then, leave. There's nothing more that I want to see than a radiant fireplace and bearskin rug in the background of the stream. What, you guys don't like me as a floating head? You want depth? I can make depth. You can see my wood paneled walls. It wouldn't be shared. I'd buy my own brownstone. I don't want it subdivided into apartments. They're pretty cheap right now. The prices on them have gone way down. Did I hear they're rolling the collar today? No, you didn't. The collar's just not where we thought it was. If you need somewhere to be, I know it's not your scene, but there's extra room in the deck pond now that the geese are gone for the season. It's an attractive offer. Why do you use adjectives like spectacular, Stefan? When describing rooftop living spaces? Maybe I can. I don't know if the city would allow it, but maybe outside of the brownstone, I could put one of those, like Wall Street ticker things with the little light bulbs in it. But it's just my positions for the day, and then people could come there and watch it. It'd be hard to pull off on the Upper East Side. Portfolio Rescue would be an amazing reality series. But all the episodes are going to be the same. It's just going to be me looking at people's portfolio and being like, oh, I see your problem. You keep buying weeklies on meme stocks, but you have no income. The heat is off to the top half of my building, so my floor and up. Would you mind sharing the Greeks for Snap if you have them? Yeah, sure, man. I think I do. I do. Looks like Gamma Max is 14. Gamma Neutral and Delta Neutral are at 10.04 and 10.17 respectively. Vega Neutral at 9.1. I can help. Oh, you keep investing in equities. Move along. Nice try, Gaff. Plot twist, Cork lives in a 2-story building. T Greeks, it's testing 29 again. Okay, now you guys are pushing it. GM's at $40. Delta neutral, gamma neutral, 26 and 25. Vega's at 15. Was Tesla's price action this month due to a gamma squeeze? No. It was due to a large amount of short capitulation and a slightly better than expected earnings. Now you want to go on a road trip? Camping, gay bars, and road trips. I don't know, walk-in. Maybe a buddy cop show. You're a loose cannon after all. GME confirmed dead. Really? Is that your hot take? I know you like the city, but we have stables and several acres of land. You can get plenty of exercise here. There are plenty of mares who need company. The stables are heated. I mean, the heating part sounds particularly attractive right now. Can you assist me by yelling at the screen until Fubo goes back above $4? No. Just enjoy the fact that it's higher than 250. I've been on this channel for hours. I'm thinking about easing my way into 40, 40, 40, 20 overnight strangle. Reposition if any weird price action end of day. Okay. I don't like this continuous breakdown right now. VIX is rising a little bit. VIX back up at 1940. Ooh. Wait a second. That would be cool. Are we gonna break up here? Nope. Tried for a second. Okay. What time is Upstart MOASS happening? Thanks. I'd imagine we'll start moving a little harder after we cross the price we opened at. Is Upstart liquidity doing anything? No. Looks like they're burning through borrowed shares and trading a lot of options. T+2 from Friday ups would be Wednesday market open at the latest. Which Sherlock Holmes do you want to be? The original? Not Bumble Snatch, and definitely not RDJ. The possible obligations would be held until the Fed? Is there even a way to do that? Have all orders submitted T3 market open into dark pool dump at 2? Yeah. I mean, you can pull it off. It'd be difficult. I mean, you need to have enough interest in the dark pools to satisfy the amount of volume. How long do you see Upstart MOASS lasting with it on Reg Show? Let's see if it can have a nice run while on Reg Show first, and then we'll worry more about it being on Reg Show. Did your comment on cat at all today? I did. It's recovering, isn't it? Or it was. It's still holding 250. They beat on revenue by a shitload, and they slipped on EPS a little bit. You start vaping from a Sherlock Holmes-esque pipe. Yes. Are you selling CCs for GME? Oop, here we go. Are you selling CCs for GME? Where's the question? If nothing by end of day, no. If I sell any covered calls on GME over the next week or so, it'll probably be with the ETF FTD period. I don't want to sell CCs into this illiquidity. Especially not a decent number of them. Maybe I missed this, but if we still believe the run on Friday was OPEC settlements, what's the current theory as to why it didn't continue into this week? Do we expect a continuation? Well, the market got smashed yesterday, but yes, we would like to see a continuation. I'm considering taking profits on my Upstart Feb 1735C, rolling them into more $100 leaps. Thoughts? Risky. I mean, you're just banking on implied volatility at that point. Do you know what the cheapest method for reducing a security's price is? You mean like your cost basis? Or are you talking about like shorting? I mean, obviously I'm fine if you move in, but I'm not going to know what to do with when my wife actually spends the night here. That never happens. Does she just tuck you in at night with your stuffed animals and then leave? I think we're at the end of the bear market. It seems like the shift in power is going to be the longs soft landing. I don't think the landing's going to be that soft. Do you think the move this morning was due to the 8K or smaller hedge funds closing shorts? Might have been. It might have been due to the 8K, and then they had to short it at open because it was above the $20 strike. So it might have been more longs coming in on them reducing costs. Ooh, nice. Turning it around. Rejected on gamma neutral. Are we still going to push more? Tough. Looks like we are. VIX down to 1925. It's interesting that VIX is dropping the day before the Fed decision. Upstart just dead now. It's trading a lot of volume, actually. It's almost at 8 million volume right now. Like, it looks very serene, but it's not. GME, however, is not trading a lot of volume. We just hit 1.2 million. Is it possible that 10 million shares we saw Friday was just one or some of the ETFs buying in, with others yet to play out? Yes. I do think that's possible. Or you know, it was just enough pressure on the from the market that, you know, they couldn't keep price stabilized. I wish they would just buy already and we can move on. Yeah, we all want that. Volume on Upstart is washing FTDs through CNS. Yeah, they need volume to wash the FTDs and move them forward. That doesn't mean they're clearing a lot of them. OPEX to FERPEX is so frustrating. I wish they would just buy already and we can move on. Oh, I said that. Upstart is about to choose violence. That'd be cool. What if your teeth were naturally flaccid and only got hard when you were hungry? Man, that's so old. CNS, CNS, CNS. Don't need to clear them, just roll them forever. Fair enough. Fubo leaps. What about them? They're up a little bit. Fubo's moving up. It's doing a thing. BTU earnings on Tuesday the 14th? I believe so. I think they're in the morning, but I can't remember. Still no update on Upstart completing the buyback, right? What would cause them to delay? They just don't have to announce it until earnings. Sweater makes you look slimmer. Thanks, little G-Wagon. I'd rather look at data and charts. Interesting. Are there more market mechanics regulations to promote, not punish, shorting equities than mechanics to promote long holders? Or am I seeing through GME glasses? I think you might be seeing through GME glasses. I mean, most short positions take on an insane amount of risk simply to exist, right? Because they're borrowed shares at the mercy of a share recall. I thought Upstart AK was bullish as fuck for the long term. Am I missing anything? No. I mean, it drove buying in the pre-market. They just killed the momentum. They don't want Upstart picking up momentum. It's remember all of their shorts, like the concentration of the long short positions between $20 and $25. So they're gonna defend that price as much as they can. Someone should write a letter to Upstart and encourage the buyback. I heard they found another $50 million spare change lying around. I mean, they've got plenty of money. Zimajewski score a Z score? I think you're thinking of Altman Z score. They're similar. Would it not be beneficial for Upstart to announce the buyback completion around now when shorts are under a lot of pressure to push the price up and then dilute? Yeah, it would be advantageous. But that doesn't mean they're going to do that. Are you leaning towards just decreasing obligations on GME if tomorrow also has no volume or price improvement? No, I'm leaning towards there still being something missing that we don't understand. There's still no resolution of liquidity. Liquidity is mean reverting. So until it reverts, we're going to be very much in the same position we are now. The Philippines economy grew 7.2%. Wow, that's kind of impressive. Jimmy, are we testing the long-term downtrend back from August? No, we broke up above that. We've broken up from the bottom of that trend already. From a technical standpoint, we're just in a continuation of an upside move, like a reversal. Big Upstart candle in 2 minutes. Excuse me. Oh, am I gonna get hiccups now? I hope not. Why are there so many people that think the board of a publicly traded company would possibly believe an FTD or short-triggered market event is in any way a good thing for the company? I guess that depends on how much you could capitalize off of it. Why don't me and you build a shitty company, encourage shorters, and then give it a shot? We could sell like fire insurance to egg factories. Did you get your art degree from Yale? What? What are you talking about? Sounds like someone boofed all the hopium in here. I don't know. I don't currently feel that discouraged. It's boring, but I'm okay with boring. What about Lucid? I have 15 calls and I'm down 75%. It was moving up a little bit today. The IV's gonna crush though because it fucking. You probably would you buy them Friday or yesterday? I feel like if you bought them yesterday, you'd be up today. I hear hiccups are fixed with central heating. Maybe. Look, last year, could the majority of December Feb obligations have been pushing to March forwards, causing March run? Are we looking at a repeat of last year? I don't know. No, because the time frame is way longer already. Call it GameStop. How dare you, Rims and Tims? Coors would never hiccup on live streams. So unprofessional. That's why it'll never be on TV unless there's a special on Shills. Maybe that's true. That's enough. With the egg jacks. Nice. Nice twat waffle. Please press the like. Thanks, Crizzles. Missed the peak on Carvana, but do you think it's still a decent short play here? Short's risky. Maybe spreads. Like you're overpaying for volatility, so spreads are better because you gotta sell the volatility. Why is Pulte Group running? Is it a volatility stock? PHM? It is running a little bit. I wonder if this is just moving up with the market, though. Oh, they beat on earnings, too. Is it time to buy or sell? I don't know. Upstart's looking a little more exciting now. ES is going to try to break out one more time at 40.60. Yep. It's definitely going to try to do a thing here. Fuck this. Let's harass Gaff. Nobody hit the like because of your lack of commitment to use the word smash. It just sounds it's too aggressive when people are like, smash the like button. Why? It's just all you have to do is click it. Gently touch it. Did PHM beat on earnings because Pute owns 1,000 shares of GameStop? This is one weird looking bull flag on SPX 1 minute. It's a bit strange, yeah. It's very, very drawn out consolidation. But we're right at Gamma Max, right? So it's a struggle. I think we probably would have broken up off this bounce already if it wasn't. Also, same as the 40-60 level on ES, so tough. Upstart Weekly's IV is slowly grinding down. Yeah, because volume, like all the price action staying in a very tight range. Thanks, Gaff. I appreciate the interaction. Starting to not like how much this is dragging out, though. Completely honest. If he's still coming down, 26. Where's the volume? Got the long positioning. We just need some short capitulation. If he's getting SS to pump his stack, he's fucking terrible at it. It's like bear call spreads on Carvana. Generally a better way to play it, yeah. You reduce your upside risk and you get to sell the volatility instead of getting burned out on your on the volatility that you pay for up front on puts. My wife says getting smashed all the time. Same like, similar. It's provocative and it gets the people going. I guess so. Tenderly, gingerly, and kindly caress the like button like you would a delicate flower. Exactly. Don't overstimulate the like button right out of the gate. Warm it up a little bit. Click the like. Was that C always there? I've been doing it wrong the whole time. Oh, that's awkward. I know you dislike them, but seeing my SoFi bags beat EPS by 45% and projecting profitability by end of year, I hope GME can say the same. I mean, provided that Biden doesn't continue to extend student loan payments. Held Feb 17, $5 calls on Fubo. We're down like 91%. Today, negative 80%. Feb 17, $5. Say 80%. Rolled them out to April, down to 350. That's a better range. Fubo 17 calls are less worthless today and got April almost to the same price. Thumb? Not bad. So you got a bunch of theta, and then the second half of the theta you got relatively cheap. Meanwhile, Upstart Leap IV grinding up. Yeah. Down a little from where it was this morning, though. And last night. That's not a bull flag at this point. It's becoming a bull windsock. And it's already broken up. Oh, that was a couple of minutes ago. I like BTU March 17, $40 calls. Thoughts? Earnings? Too far out of the money. F30s for April. Yeah, we were talking about AI earlier today. It's very closely fit. It's much more closely fitting the thesis than GME and Upstart are right now. You know that Ford dropped the price of the Mustang $7,000 a day after you bought your mom's car? It feels like deferment, but for car prices. Not particularly. I mean, I didn't I didn't buy a car over MSRP, and I didn't buy a Ford ever, so it's not a big concern. What's up, Kirk? Barry here. What's up, Barry? Same like the market is going to be boring until the OG stock god, first of his name, ruler of men, and king of the Andals, J Pow speaks tomorrow. Maybe. I mean, the market's up quite a lot today. We're already up 77, 78 basis points. We've almost pulled back all of the drop from yesterday. We're not very far off, and we're about to break gamma neutral, so I don't think it looks that bad. I'm actually surprised at how bullish today is. I mean, I expected some T+2 carryover, but not so much on SPX. How demotivating would it be to dump a million shares short into a stock just to have it shoot back up in the green by lunchtime? 1.2 million shares and rough. Yeah, don't forget puts exist tomorrow. We had to talk about this not that long ago. Puts are calls, but for when the thing is going down. Yeah. So you can technically be happy about both red and green candles. Not just green. Okay, but what is a call? Like a put, but for when it's going up? Or fuck you, Gaff. Do those puts cost same like shares? You could even buy puts and then use them to buy shares after you sell the puts. Do you suspect Upstart PM volume was news based? Yes. They released an 8K during the morning, during the pre market trading session. Does Jimmy it look like it tried to mess with GM at all? Possibly. It may possibly mess with GM. Right now it's trading flat as a fucking pancake on no volume while the market's rising. So fun. So puts are shares with more steps. They're actually a way to sell your shares at a higher price than the current price. Or well, they're a way to sell your shares at a higher price than its future current price, if lower than the strike. That makes it sound more complicated. The only calls I'm interested in are the ones from you, baby. Ayo. Oh shit. You're gonna make me blush. Are you holding your Tesla weeklies? Currently, yeah. Am I happy about them? Eh. Woo, manuscript got accepted. Did you pay for the New York Times bestseller award? HCP looking solid. It's a pretty good company. Does your does URAM feel confident within GME? Fucking pores. What? Why is Ivy going down on Fubo as it moves up for Feb 17? I don't know. Maybe someone's selling calls. Natty Light. One sec. Run it before Gert gets back. Rude. That's why $28 BTU calls are getting edged so hard. Huh. When they unleash the volume on Upstart, it's going to go ballistic. Well, we're above 19 now, so that's a good spot to be in. Above 20 is still better, though. God damn, it's fucking cold in here. Average down Fubo $10 leaps. My cost basis is 81. I have like 30 calls now. Okay. It's impressive that we've chugga-chugged from 1760 to above 19. Yep. Well, if we're going to realize any significant volume, we probably want to realize it above this level. 20-minute warning, 1269 inbound. I can't believe after all this time they were right. I got bored of GME. Based on OI, can we close above 4065 today on SPX? Potentially. We're still fighting very much for gamma neutral. So we'll see. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of interest at 4060 and 4065 right now. But haven't you just turned your oven on and let it heat your apartment? I don't think it's going to heat all of my apartment. And it's probably not going to heat the room I'm in. I have a tiny space heater. It just sucks. Upstart has passed 8 million in volume. This might get good. It's building up quite a lot of volume over the course of today with very little price action. When options are AM expiry, what time do they actually expire? Oh, I forget. It's like is it 7 a.m.? I don't care if my pipes freeze, they're not mine. Speak several dozen cakes. The activity of getting up to check on them, plus the heat, will save you. Eat them like a barbarian, just so that the Roombas must generate heat cleaning up as well. Why doesn't IBKR say Upstart volume is 9.42 million? I don't know. I only have 8 million. Also illegal in New York City to run the stove for heat. Just start a fire in the hallway. I mean, it's not like anybody would know. A beanie and covered neck make the world of difference when trying to get warm. I don't own a beanie. Just set it to 450 and leave it open. Does Upstart volume today mean sharp ups after CNS shuts down at 310? Maybe. Have you considered using Carl as a human blanket to keep you warm, or too awkward after what happened? It'd be really weird. Order a 1500 watt oil filled radiant electric space heater with a thermostat for delivery. Are you trying to get me to pump BBBY? Gurk, wrap yourself in a blanket and put the heater at your feet hooves. It's blowing on me. It's just, it doesn't, it doesn't have like a lot of rain. Start an fire in the elevator shaft. No one trusts it in your building anyway. It is kind of like a big chimney. Fidelity says 8.1 million. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. 8.11. Who's Rod? You mentioned Rod regarding him pumping Bobby bonds. The guy from GMEDD. He was like tweeting about BBBY bonds. So New York apartments have steam heat that's generated by the building. There's never a bill for heat. Most of them are steam. Boeing might not be a bad bet. You still have Fubo $10 leaps? No? I have 8 and 5. I had $10 calls for 2023, but those are gone. How old is the building? I think it's pre-war. Might be just after. My bill for heat just paid it today. $4.90 for the month. Gas is increasing cost 40% here. I should have kept my BTU calls longer. Jimmy looks perfectly set up for a rejection again. I mean, they might short it again. SPX still fighting for gamma neutral. Finally, something I can speak to with confidence on this stream. I am a power engineer licensed to operate the boiler that are in your apartment buildings or industrial complexes. You want to come fix mine? This guy's been at it since like 9 a.m. this morning. I don't have a microwave. Everyone stopped telling me to put articles of clothing in microwaves. Generally, when they're referring to a building being a pre-war, it's before World War II. Not the fucking Civil War. February tomorrow would be only pre-market settlement, right? Or another full day. And pre-market settlement can drag out into the rest of the day. Start a fire in your living room, but that'll set off the sprinklers. $4 open and boiling pots of water actually work pretty well, but very humid. Yeah, I'll pass. He doesn't get paid by how quickly he fixes it. All right. Same like selling theta. The water isn't off. Who said the water was off? The water is running. It's just not hot. Put a large blanket over you or your desk and put the heater under it. Like a fort? No, I haven't peed on myself yet. Thanks for asking, Brett. This is the perfect situation to bring out the treadmill and make this a fitness and diet stream it was meant to be. I would have to either move the treadmill to the desk or the desk to the treadmill. Both of those sound like heavy. Is there any hope for my Feb 17 $3 Fubo calls? Some? PayPal asset tomorrow at a time or over a couple of days of conferences. It's at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Home Depot on the 59th will deliver. Look up. Oh, the Home Depot on 59th? Look up radiant heater. But I have a heater. I don't want to buy another heater. That's 2 heaters in my house. It's ridiculous. At least you don't have to run your serial killer freezers today because it's so cold in your apartment. They're not serial killer freezers. They're just like freezers. And they also function as refrigerators. One of them has a deep freeze setting. I missed the last few hours in meetings. Can everybody give me a quick status update? I can't listen to it. Add to 2x speed will be the end of the day before I get caught up. Market's kind of pressuring everything, and everything's at resistance. Why did Cap drop so hard last summer before the rip? I don't remember. I think it was just with the Dow. If you're in the shorts position for Genie and Upstart, would you prefer to run it later today or tomorrow at market open? I mean, I don't really think the shorts are the ones that run the stock specifically. That's kind of in counterparty's hands. So I'd run it when I thought it was going to be cheapest. Kirk go burr. Odds Fubo runs to 8 by this October. Decent chance that it runs above 5 by then. Freezer and a refrigerator? LOL. Sure, buddy. Like you live in the future or something? Those types of lies are why we only hate watch you. Have someone DoorDash you a Klim coat and bib. Warmest gear I've ever worn. Well worth the price tag. It lasted years of heavy use. I have a coat. I can put it on. I don't want to. Spy 405 or 406, end of day. Thanks. 406 is possible. The pressure and the resistance here is very consistent. 406.50 unlikely. Who's a counterparty that runs GME? AP purchasing shares, probably the ETF. I mean, it starts with the AP, but ends with the ETF or the ETF forward counterparty. Maybe the ETFs just don't have any money. Maybe they blew it all. York, I just told my colleagues in New York City that my friends in New York City don't have heat today, and they feel for you. Sorry for calling you my friend. Femdom didn't really feel work appropriate. That's fair. Hey, Fubo's almost at $2.60. That's crazy. They said they'd have it up and running by like 5 o'clock today, so. When do you be long short the market? Relatively soon. I mean, I already am. I have puts at like 4,000 down to like 3750, 3600 maybe. So just shut the fuck up about it, Stefan. That's the easy answer. Weren't you talking a few weeks ago how XRT was basically out of money? I mean, they were. They had like a negative cash balance. Why is Jimmy so flat? That's a very good question, Dunstan. It's not trading a lot of volume, but it is very flat. Upstart, on the other hand, barely moving up, trading tons of volume. Adabit just made a thread saying he's still holding. Does that do anything for you? I mean, it tells me Adabit likes attention. Both of his shares. We could combine them into one functioning meme stock. So Upstart needs some risk assessment. That is at the top of the run with high volume, low price action. Jimmy just conspicuously dead on T+2 from the start of this run up with an OPEX in between. Yep. Like I said, meme stock purgatory. I still have Jimmy weeklies and Feb 17s because I'm terrible at position management and I'm an amateur trader. What about you? I still have weeklies and Feb 17s because I'm irresponsible with my money. Out equals Don Quixote fighting windmills. I wouldn't even give him that much credit. That's like saying J Fresh is still holding. Play 1269 song. The stocks need something to push them. I don't think I have a 1269 song. That's not, I don't think that's a real thing. VIX moving up? Not much. Jimmy price target range for the next 5 to 7 days. I assume from a technical perspective. Uh, Between $20 and $25. Would you consider a good entry for VIX calls at the moment? Sub 18's decent for $20 calls, but it'd be better if it was lower. And you want a lot of theta. Gherk, is there a better feeling than someone offering you dental floss at a sex party right after eating chicken wings all night and splitting legs? Probably not. I hate having shit stuck in my teeth. That sounds what a pal. Hashtag stop Amish hate. Hashtag Rumspringa. You absolutely do have a 1269 song. I don't think so. GB is dead because SS killed it with DRS. The Zealotry drove away almost all the interest, with no interest on the chain other than CCs being sold to reduce cost basis and reduce IV. We get boring. It doesn't hurt. Can't figure out if I gained or lost brain cells watching this channel. Instead of a jacket, you don't have to. You can always fuck off. Instead of a jacket, put your automated fleshlight on. It works every time. I don't have one of those. Do you think big info like rate decisions are frequently linked to leaked to institutional insiders? No. I heard it up. I heard about it earlier, but I think it was up higher. That stuff is most definitely leaked, or it's just not. It's okay to forget the 1269 song, but please don't forget the Bon Jovi puts cost same like shares song. I mean, I know where it is, but I'm not playing it. You could always fuck off. This is why I'm a pigeon whale. It does give me license to do that, Mike sells CCs. Thanks. Isn't Tinder in New York the DoorDash of automated fleshlights? It's kind of a callous way of looking at it. It's just a way for people to find love, Oni Addict. Remember when it ran a few months ago in the pre-market? Oh, Jesus Christ. It's 1 o'clock now. IBKR has had 1 million GME shares available for the entire day. Where are the shorties? Right there. My offer stands if you want to stop living on squalor, mini horse and all. You never told me what state, Cody. Thoughts on filling the gap from yesterday before the Fed meeting? Maybe. We need to break gamma neutral first. I'm tempted to sell my GME and dump it into Upstart. Okay. Yeah, I know. Rocket Randall Hood. I saw. Are you just becoming like a pump and dump bot? Like it's up 700%. Who gives a shit about it? It's got barely any shares outstanding. It's probably worth what, like 40 cents? You gonna buy the top of the run? Are you gonna short it? I wouldn't. It's got a 1.7 million share float. Jimmy bar rate 0.46. Oh, up 0.46 on what, IBKR? That's not very much. Mm. Hmm. Oh man, they kind of ran out of liquidity on Upstart there. Interesting, or Fubo. Kind of interesting. Tesla looks ready to move up. How's NQ doing? All right, we're getting. I think we're getting a little repositioning on futures. Not a lot, but a little. Maybe bullish, but we can pull back here while they're repositioning. Futures might pull back to 4060. Is this it? Is this going to be the break? Or at least the push? It looks like they're getting ready to push. Although if this fails, that could be a very bad thing. No, push up. How tied to how tied is Upstart to SPX today? It can help edge us up into a range where there's more risk for the market maker. Up 69% on Fubo Leaps. Would you hold or roll? I mean, Fubo looks pretty good, and it just broke through like the 250 puts. So I think it's got some potential. Been selling Jimmy puts, collecting 50 to 80% of premiums. Thanks to your wisdom. No problem. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Jimmy the old extremely flat and a small breakdown. Classic move. Uh, eh, what was our opening price? 21.44. Almost hit it here. Not quite. Hmm. Fubo Gen 2450 Cs. Yeah. They've done nothing but decay since I bought them. I was going to average them down at some point, and then I forgot to. They print on like any volatility spike. They don't go up a ton, but like 1x. Someone please hold my calls as they die. It's kind of like May at least, so some hope. Maybe. That'd be weird, Bob. Jimmy price actions just screams starved for liquidity. Yeah, there isn't a lot. Shorting it here didn't help. Serious about the run beginning as soon as I leave. Here I go, at least for a bit. Good luck, everyone. Later, Cody. Didn't a bunch of good stuff happen Friday? Yeah, but T+2 carries into tomorrow. So it's not over, and neither is today. Maybe they're just waiting to see if the market breaks gamma neutral. I thought being able to buy 4 times as many calls post split would be fun, but it's not. It increases your leverage risk. You're just as degen as always. Yeah. We're gonna sell some weeklies if nothing happens today, so tomorrow is a guaranteed run. Okay. What the hell is up with GMA? It's not trading a lot of volume today. It's trading very, very flat. Heavily internalized. Bar rate for Jimmy up from 1950 to 20. 1 million available to borrow for some time. What do you think? Might be that like the prime rate's moving up, or no one's borrowing from retail lenders. Lips are dead or finna have a nice afternoon. It looks fine. And it tested 19, fell back down, finding some support. Petition for Girk to write degen on the back of his hat. So flip it backwards. Anytime he buys into a degen play, accompanied by a degen song. There's the pullback to 40. Oh, that should be like 4060, right? Okay. Yeah. Pull back to 4060 on futures. Up. Or another step down. I don't think we pulled back to 4058. Maybe. Fix flattish. Hmm. 40, 50, 40, 58, 50, which is, fuck is that on SPX? 40, 44, 90? I don't really like a pullback to that range. VIX flat at 1940. All right, so ES is pulling up from the pullback a little bit. Terrible. How to interpret big volume candles with very little movement in price? Usually options positioning of some sort. Like when you get huge volume and price doesn't do anything, it's usually like a neutral strategy of some sort being bought. So it's bought and hedged simultaneously. Every time Ivy gets this low on Jimmy, it's right before some squirting. Ivy is quite low right now. Stop loss hunting. Well, no, I think the pullback was a little bit of long capitulation, and now we're getting a little bit of short side capitulation. Pulling back up to like 40.61. VIX didn't drop much with that though. There might still be more consolidation. It's hard to tell if we have enough for it to break yet. It still looks like they're going to try to push the resistance one more time. I don't know if they're going to be successful though. I feel like if this one fails, it's really bad. Why is Jimmy halting into close? I'm a couple minutes behind. Curious, are you going to average down this volatility Kubo 24 calls eventually? Or are they too far gone now? I might average them down. I'd have to buy like a lot of them though. I really don't care about them very much. I think there was some OPEX period that I bought them for, and then I just forgot to sell them. There's a small fair value gap right under 58 on ES. If it falls down / up of support, I mean, I think this is recovering. Starting to get a little more volume. So this should be the it's getting high enough that this should be the push. We just want to see VIX start dropping again. Asked in hot tub stream if cat was ready for puts. Is it ready for puts now? Meow. I mean, no. I would still never buy puts on cat, except for hedging. I bought some puts for earnings, but generally speaking, it's always better to short Dow. You can ask the people that shorted cat the last time how well it went for them. What's your best guess for what Daddy JPOW is going to do, say? We'll probably get 0.25, but I think there's a higher than estimated chance of 0.5. I think some of the jobs data coming out before the Fed meeting tomorrow is going to be relevant. Interestingly, though, most of the jobs data comes out after, like the majority of the labor market data is coming the day after the Fed decision. So that might push them to being a little more light-handed. Upstart bar rate 80.25. Cool. At least we know it cost them something to short it. Why does everyone always try to buy cat puts? If you're trying to pick a fight, you don't choose the biggest, toughest guy on the street. I don't know why people want to like buy puts on cat. It's generally really shitty, and like it's almost like if you backtest it, with a couple exceptions, it's almost always better to just short the Dow, like percentage wise. So yeah, I'm not sure why people want to buy puts on it so much, but they do, and then they get blown up. I think JPOW not thinking about inflation coming down right now. I think he's thinking about it coming back up later and making sure that does not happen. Higher for longer. I agree. But I feel like this can also be addressed as it becomes apparent that there is a reversion in inflation, like inflation's going back up again. Then I think they can address that with, a move back up in rates. I don't think they need to raise the rates preemptively to handle that. I think there's other reasons for raising the rates that have nothing to do with inflation at all. Yeah, 1 second. Someone's here. Thank fucking God. It's back on. I have heat now. He's worried about a wage inflation feedback loop if they don't increase unemployment. Yeah, God forbid people made more money than they did in the 80s. Jimmy still has T+2 to cover today, right? Unless they drop the price further. Yeah, but I don't want to fucking. I'm not going to wait for it with weeklies. If the market has strong upside tomorrow after the Fed meeting, I think they'll start covering on Upstart then. That's what they're getting ready for. Maybe. My speculation is that JPOW will sound mildly hawkish tomorrow after a 25 BP hike. Last thing Fed wants is another rally on mildly bullish or neutral announcement. How are you playing tomorrow? The Fed might want a rally. I'm straddling it. I don't really give a shit which way he goes. But the Fed might want a rally. Everyone thinks that the Fed doesn't want the market to rally, and that's not correct. The market needs to rally to offset the effects of the rate increases, right? So, like I said many times, it's a delicate balance. You don't want it to drop too low. You don't want it to rise too much. But if they're still expecting earnings contractions through the earnings season, you notice, I mean, the Fed meeting is coming before the big earnings, right? And that rally can offset the contraction of margins, like gross margins going forward. So they may want to rally. Don't think so linearly, or try not to. Try to think of other options. They don't want to. Well, It's not that they don't want to crash. A crash would probably be ideal. They don't want to get blamed for causing a crash. Um, it doesn't look terrible. I don't like the earnings is so soon. That's all right. I don't know if it's going to fill all of that gap. That seems a bit overly exuberant. Maybe like 35 to 39. Not if the market dies. That's the problem with your current strategy, Stefan, is that pattern is showing up everywhere because the market is turning around. And if the market moves against you, that strategy's success rate is going to crater. Sorry, I know you probably covered it, but when did Upstart go back on Reg Show? And when is it T+11? I went on Reg Show last Thursday. It's T+13. And T+13 is... Feb 13th. It feels appropriate to go with 50. The earnings of Google and Apple can then be the focus of blame for further downside. And they can sit back with less hawkishness going forward. We'll see. This Feb's... Here's the deal. Instead of speculating on what they do, just don't move into any positions that are overly exposed in either direction, right? Maybe tap highs around 4,100 one more time, and dump with some impulse on some news about 125 points. They're not going to move it up 125 points. JPAT might want to rally to continue QT as well, right? Yeah. Yep, they have assets they need to sell also. Are they just jumping on puts here on Upstart? I don't know. I'm not watching the options flow. I would imagine that the earlier part of the day was covering the shit that they used to short in the morning very, very slowly. And now they're shorting again. I know the borrow rate went up like right as we peaked, so that is an absolutely unreasonable expectation, Mr. Poopy Pants. Just 50% of its market cap wiped out by the end of Feb. Are you still holding March SPX puts? Yes. What's the lowest rate the Fed can choose? They could go like 15 BPS. They could go 0, but they don't want to go 0. That would be way too bullish. Because that would like indicate that they're pivoting regardless of what they say. Sorry guys, about 6 more shares of Upstart before the drop. This one's on me. Stop buying the top. It seems likely full port, lol, but my Yang calls didn't go 300%. Fair enough. Good time to build short positions on FSLR again, or dangerous with the potential 0.25 and infrastructure bills. Yeah, I'd be a little careful. I have some short positions on it right now, but get theta and don't go too far out of the money. I still think their margins are going to contract, but you're going to want time for that to be realized. And I know how much you hate theta. Is a raisin target hike or target rate more bearish than a 0.5 hike? Absolutely. I feel like a 15 BPS pivot hike is also a pivot. No. That's still increasing, but proceeding with caution, which will infer that there would be a lighter hand in the future, but they're still open to, you know, like 15 to 35, right? It would show that they're slowing the pace, but they already did that with the 0.5 hike last time, right? Since 12 was most likely at least close to Upstart's all-time lows, even in the future, I don't. Wait, what? AMD breaking up. Futures are starting to get that push going, so VIX is dropping a little. Not as much as we'd want to see. We did test 4065 again though. So I guess it's really it's gonna be if we get a rejection here or not. This is pivotal? Yeah, this is pivotal. I guess it's time for me to sell CCs. Wink, wink. Okay, bipolar bear. Everyone hates buying theta until their theta runs out and they haven't realized their move. Yeah. What would you consider enough theta on FSLR? We're talking 3, 6, 12 months. 12 would be ideal. 6 is probably okay with the potential to roll. I probably wouldn't go for 3 months. If I were buying it in a couple weeks or going short in a couple weeks, I might do 3 months. Like once there was more confirmation of a trend to the downside, but without any confirmation of a trend to the downside, I'd be cautious buying too little theta. AMD earnings today. If you're planning on selling CCs on elevated IV, I'm gonna actually wait until after. I don't care either way. Like the price is up high enough right now that I can cut my cost basis by like 50%, almost 50%, and still be within a range where I think it will fall. If it moves up more tomorrow, though, then I can cut my cost basis even more. And I'll have all that extra cash on hand, too. Are you holding your SPX 3750Ps through tomorrow? Yeah. I bought those. I had pretty good timing on most of those. So unfortunately, in my desire to get better timing on my SPX puts, I've gotten fewer of them. But like my 3750s are up right now a little bit. At 39.65, I'm break even on my entire put position. If it falls below that, I start going positive. 3,900, I think, is like 34%, roughly. We're looking towards a crash upcoming mostly, but is there a way you can play out what a soft landing would look like this year? If we get through Q3 earnings intact, are we in the clear? Maybe, yeah. I mean, if we get through Q2 earnings intact, I would say we might be in the clear for at least dodging a crash. I mean, that doesn't mean we're not going to see corrections or a drop in the like overall like index values. I'm sure we will see that. Nice. I just want to make sure to remind this morning. I got goofy and I probably would have forgotten. Oh, okay. Why the fuck is AMC up? I don't know. Easier to run it. Poor Upstart getting wrecked. I mean, it's not really getting wrecked. It pulled back 70 cents. Any idea when the volume shows up from obligations? We're looking at today and tomorrow. Oh, that's a big deal. That's a very big deal. Well, there's our breakout. Let's see if the Bulls win. But they've got the upper hand now. Jesus fucking Christ. That was intense. Why do you get so many notifications all at once? I wish I had money to play. SPX looks neat. I mean, you can use other things to the same effect. They're just less profitable. But there's also less upfront risk. So this is just going to be like a big move. I think this is going to be a big move. Bulls are back in town. I like this. XSP is closest. Ugh, yeah, but I'd rather trade SPY. It's too illiquid to trade. It's like day trade. It's fine for swing trading. But it's hard to trade all the levels on it. You have to find levels where there's like good concentrations on XSP. Otherwise it's not you get a ton of slippage. I would very much like it if these market uppies put some pressure on Upstart. They should over time. They are putting pressure on Upstart. You're just not seeing it, right? If I want to straddle SPX SPY for tomorrow's rate hike, what would be the best expiration for the calls and puts? And you want to buy out beyond the spike in volatility. So you might need like I say um, Probably want like 10 DTE. 10's not bad. 14's a little better. Ten or 14 days to expiry. 10's not awful. 10's only like 1% off. One second. Everything should be up and running now. And it doesn't feel any warmer though. Maybe it'll take a minute. If I want to straddle SPX, okay. Any dark pool info for our beloveds? What do you want to know? Like how much dark pool trading they're doing? I'd imagine quite a bit today. At least GME. That's something I generally look at because it's not super relevant. We only really care about what's realized on the lit exchange, right? GME's about 50% dark pool. Some decent sweep orders on it also. Upstart's about 54%. Are the radiators getting warm? Not really. They will soon, though. I'd imagine it probably takes a while. What do you think a soft landing will take us realistically on SPX price wise? 3,200. I mean, it depends on how good they are at doing it, right? If they manage it very well, they could maybe keep us between like 3,600 and 4,000 over the next couple of quarters. Sorry. It's interesting that they hammered this part of the day so hard. Why there? Just to get us back below VWAP? Or just to get us back below 2150? Is 2150 really that important? Let's be honest, off Reg Show. I'm buying puts. Oh, is it on Reg Show? Interesting. When did it go on last night? What are your thoughts on GME below 20? Not very likely right now. Is me buying 1x 0DT SPX contract impacting the market same like my vote counts? Yeah. If that. Are we gonna get frigged tomorrow? I don't know. Right now there's no liquidity. I'd be curious to see real-time FTDs on GME. Yeah. I don't think they're very high. There's been no run or IV bump to frag. This is true. This drop was on very little volume. Not even a million. Well, futures have broken 40.65. VIX down to 19.23. I think we still have more upside here. Futures might be moving up to 4,100 again. Little early to say for certain, but is Tesla come anywhere near 160? 162. Oh, still up. Discord has reverted to toxic bear status. It's like almost every day. Dare I ask yet? So what's next? Grinding out illiquidity until actual demand for stock comes in? Or am I being the devil's advocate too early? I think too early. I mean, what's next is that we stay illiquid with the potential for a run and no realized run. So theta? Can you yell butt liquor if we get some IV or price improvement? Yeah, no problem. Have you exited any of your positions? Not yet. Does 0TT SPX call chain have any significance, or is it just less relevant than futures? It has significance, but it's less relevant than futures. How far up do you think we could move on SPX? Maybe to the collar. I don't know if we can break the collar unless we get some serious momentum, but it's easier to break the collar to the upside if we do maintain like the same momentum we've had over the last couple hours. Zero GT, fun time. Looks like we might touch 40.65. Please lead us to the fun part. Let's see. It's still a battle. It's still very contentious right now. It does look good though. Right now, futures testing 4060. I think there's still room for some more, or 4070 rather. There's still some room for some more consolidation here. I don't think we're going to reject super hard off of it. Maybe even start to push up. Ooh, that's a good sign. If we want to break 4065, we probably need to see VIX under 1850. Collars at 4065. Plan on just being aware the basket stock run days and chasing if we see volume. Positioning before runs may not be the move for me anymore. That's fair enough. I don't disagree. I mean, from a risk standpoint, it's far safer to short the top than to play the bottom. It's just not as profitable. What is it? JPM put themselves in a risky situation by not rolling the collar, and JPOW goes a 0.25. Yeah, they do a little bit. They hedge the upside of the collar, though, by buying futures. So if it goes above the collar, they buy futures. If it starts moving below, they sell them. What do you use to trade options that have sliding stops? You mean, what do you mean? Are you asking what brokerage I'm using? Or are you asking about like trailing stops? You don't think that was an overreaction, Fluffy? It's a bot. Oh, okay. Why isn't it advertising anything? What a waste of a bot. Jesus thought the Fed decision was today, and I was thinking the low volume just waiting for that. Now I'm full on GME bear. Okay. Why do you think the futures market is so foreign, seemingly inaccessible for most retail traders? By design, or do people just not care to learn them? I think people maybe just don't care to learn them. Futures are arguably more accessible with less money. Um, the margin requirements for futures are really light. Does the JPM color suggest collusion with the Fed's desire to lower the prices of assets? No, the color's been there the whole time. My girlfriend came in and asked me how the stocks were doing, and I told her Jimmy was just really waffling about breaking up, and she said, "Yeah, I know what that's like," and walked out. What mean? To be honest, I enjoy sliding stops as opposed to trailing stops. Seems way cooler and less creepy. Yeah, Mojo FOMO. Do you think Jimmy is going to do a thing today? It's doing a thing right now. Everyone just stop fucking whining and be patient. There's so many better questions that could be asked right now that aren't being asked while people are just like, what's GME doing? Why do I see red candles? Where are the green candles? Fucking pores. Do you know why I'm able to stay so calm during this period of time? Because even if all of my options that I bought on GME go to zero, I can just sell covered calls and make all the money back. Focus on getting to that point. What do you owe in taxes this year? I haven't paid for this quarter yet. It's gonna be a lot. I'm not looking forward to it. Does ES futures price movement considered correlate to SPX? I.e., when minis go up, then SPX goes up? To some degree, yes.
There are periods of time where it is more correlated and less correlated. Generally, as you approach expiration, they become more. They get more in sync with one another. Like the futures roll. In our current situation, what is the number one question you would ask yourself, and how would you answer it? Nice try. Yeah, but I didn't start with that. I built it, right? What's your rank in TFT? I haven't played this season at all. Highest I've hit is Diamond 1. I don't play enough to push to, like, Master or Challenger. Is your tax money stuck in GameStop? No. It may or may not be in 30-day notes, but that's another issue. Upstart 9 million on reg show and BS price action. I'm gonna make myself some cocoa. It's trading a lot of volume. Very, very little price action. So commodities in an equity market downturn. How about equities with commodities exposure? What to look for? Refiners, miners. Uh, those are the good ones. Like my BTU position is very much commodities exposure. I have a position in copper, uranium. I have a little bit of steel exposure and oil. I mean, you still want good companies. Um, you obviously want those companies to be exposed to the price of commodities, so that's something important to look for. You want to make sure that the majority of their income is from the commodity you're targeting. You can also use ETFs that just target the sector. Day trading SPX 0DT, what are there other things plebs can watch other than VIX and ES movements? You can watch contract volume. Um, you can use like a stochastic RSI. Uh, that's probably good enough. Don't you judge me, Mr. Poopy Pants. No, I'm not really interested in Cobalt. We've been over this. Long copper. All I'm hearing is get good stocks like HBM, Oxy, BTU. Yeah. And then you use those to generate income that you can gamble on degenerate shit. And then when your degenerate shit hits, you can take that money and put it on more good stuff that generates more income. Kendra Wilson. Oh, this one was redacted. Zero DT fun time? No, that's not right. Wow. Oh, it's not even showing it to me. This is exciting. Hold on. Dirk, what would you do if you wanted to shag a girl you wanted to shag forever finally gives in and you realize she has long nipple hairs that I don't like, but now my wife wants me to pay for long nipple hair transplants. Please help. Can you get like a wig or something? Is it just like one hair? That's not nearly as bad as I thought it would be. I mean, it's as weird as I thought it would be, but not as bad as I thought it would be. Ah, man, I really hate waiting for these hedge funds to give us millions of dollars. Ridiculous. Why don't they just give it to me right now? I listened to the damn stream and no, none of you predicted a drop like this. You were all bullshit. Yeah. Go fuck yourself. You son of a bitch. JC, I think we just had a successful streamer Ko-Fi moderator interaction. You told me not to read it. I had no interest in reading it. It worked out perfectly. You should be so proud. I know you made Guybrush happy today. Three or five each. Dark ones. Oh, man. Maybe you could clone them, like Elon. Talk to Stefan about it. My strategy is to be an expert at trading one setup and improve it non-stop. I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who's practiced one kick 10,000 times. You're gonna kick yourself right in the fucking balls if you keep trading MACD into a rising market. The quicker they pay us millionaires, the quicker they can short the volatility and make billions. It seems like they should want to do it. They're not alone. There are counterparties. It's not just them. Not everyone's in the room with us. I know I'm spamming 13G on Fubo. BlackRock share count at 14 million, up about 1 million shares. Oh, awesome. Bullish. BlackRock's buying more? Huh. I guess it was cheap. Don't pay attention to large limit orders on tape / depth of market, or do you consider it noise with all the potential spoofing HFT? Oh, reading the tape's useless. Depth of market can be useful, but not any level of data you're getting. LOL, I'm not trading MACD. Yes, you are. You just don't know it. Last time Upstart went on Reg Show, they created the price. What makes it different this time? Feeling bearish. They cratered the price. What makes it different this time? Oh, you're feeling bearish. Okay. Well, it's been on Reg Show and they haven't cratered the price. So how do you feel about that? My Jan 24s and shares on GME are bleeding theta. I don't know what to do. What? How are your shares Fuck off. Stefan, writer of Positive MACD Movement Breakouts. Can you explain your time frame for the uranium squeeze? You said in about 2 years, 2 to 3. Is that a guess, or did you do some digging? I did a little bit of digging based on the current demand and available supply and the rate of production from the active uranium mines right now, and then also the uranium mines that are going to open during that time frame. And it looks like, yeah, a shortage in about 2 to 3 years. JPEL walks in, takes the mic, says Volker 3 times, drops the mic, and walks off. At least they'd get it over with already. I have enough puts on SPX that if he just walks in and bumps the rate 15%, I'll at least be able to make up most of what I lose. But it is honest with what you're doing. You're just not very good at adjusting MACD, so you've added a bunch of confluences to MACD that are less accurate than MACD itself. And you're using those to confirm your MACD crossovers. Like I said, but you are doing it on better stocks. I'm very glad that you figured out that fundamentals are important. And yet, MACD does what, Stefan, if the market keeps going up? It crosses, doesn't it? Afternoon, Pickle Papa. Haven't been around much. Wanted to say, I still think of you and our times in the green zone fondly. Hope you're doing great, and the little pickles in the jar are 7i7s up. What? What's up, Mako? How you doing, man? Can you predict the SPX for the rest of the day so I could degen my paper port into oblivion? Thanks. Well, hopefully we continue to find support at this level. I'm not really happy with the little breakdown there. But we're starting to see VIX drop again, so we might be ready for another leg up. Or this is it, and we're going to get a sell-off. I don't know. There's not a lot of zero DTA exposure on the long side, which gives me a little more confidence. Oh, we broke up, so yeah. Another push up. Might just be a head and shoulders, though. I don't care at this point. I have a stop on my the long side of my straddle, so we're holding the line in solidarity with you. If you're the one who breaks it, it's gonna be a weird day. He's broken it so many times. Who do you think made today's stream card? For all we know, Kenny could be sitting in front of a Bloomberg terminal shouting, "Give me my fucking tendies, Larry." It's possible. SMTC sticker looks maybe he shouldn't have announced his $16 billion in earnings and pissed off everyone in the market. New joke from Grandma. A man asks a bum if he can put it in his anus for $1 and he agrees. After a few pumps, he pulls out and yells, "Gross. You got a bean turd on my Jimmy?" The bum replies, "Do you think for $1 you were gonna get chicken? I love my grandma." Oh man. You got a weird family dynamic, Kendra. Thanks for exposing us to it. Maybe I'm looking at this wrong. Maybe this is more bullish than I thought. Consolidating a little? What's the point of winning if you can't rub it in the faces of the people you took money from? That's true. You're not wrong. This feels sus as fuck. No? No. It does feel extremely boring and monotonous. I feel like I've lost money whenever you've drawn a descending wedge on something. They're my least favorite upside breakout. They just stopped out my call without the options chart wicking down that low and not even showing my sell price. That's awkward. I'd call your broker if it doesn't if the order doesn't print to the tape in like a minute or two. I would call your broker. Do you expect a spicy C-ness? Maybe. Could be. Upstart might have kind of a spicy C-ness. It's traded a lot of volume today. Jamie probably not so much. And this is why I hate descending wedges. So a lot of us thought we were weird, and then Kendra joined the pickle jar. True. Is Upstart almost double the average volume a sign they may get off reg show, or a sign they will have a harder time getting off reg show? It could be either one. It depends on how much of that volume is failing and how much they're able to cover. It can be a sign they're trying to get it off reg show. That doesn't mean they're going to be successful with the attempt. Get this stank off the screen and put cat on. It's about to bust. Is it? It's slowly climbing up. I wouldn't say it looks overly bullish right now, though. Tesla looks way more bullish. Threw my wife a surprise bukkake party. Everyone came. You should have seen her face. Ah. Funny. Any bullish thoughts on Upstart? Well, it's not $12. Did you see the Samsung report regarding chips? Yeah, that's kind of old, but yeah. During, like, back with Sam, is there a new one? Did they do another report? How much room do you think Fubo has over the next 60 to 90 days? I don't know. If it gets like a big like liquidity realization, then it could probably move up to like $4 or $5, maybe $6. Although that's kind of pushing it. 9 million volume into a price action seems like they will get it off reg show. You don't know that. You're just making an assumption. Discord is exploding in Civil War. Ah, who cares? There's a new one that came out yesterday. Oh, I didn't see that. Samsung reports it's going to use less chips and will replace them with Samsung chips. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't see the one from yesterday. You want to send it to me? Fubo TV. Okay, cool. So BlackRock bought 1 million more shares of Fubo. They're at 14 million now. It's a good average down. You don't know the Upstart cost to borrow on IBKR? It's like 80% or something. What's with the uptick in viewers? I don't know. Do we have more viewers? There isn't an uptick in viewers. This is like what it always is. When BlackRock buy 1 million more shares of Upstart? I think they actually already did. Back in, what was it, June? I think they averaged down their price. They can get Bobby off rank share with 1 billion volume these past few weeks. I doubt they'll be successful with Upstart. I mean, Bobby kind of has the issue that everyone and their mother is shorting it right now, right? So there's probably a lot of naked shorts open. It's eating up all the locates. But yeah, it's not going to be easy to get Upstart off reg show. That doesn't mean they're in a position where they need to run it to get it off reg show, though. Not yet, at least. It's me and 1,234 other viewers. Yep. On a scale from 1 to 100, how illiquid is Upstart and how high is MOASS possibility? I don't think there's a high chance of MOASS happening, but I think there's a decent chance that shorts find themselves in an unfavorable position and have to close. It's very illiquid. It doesn't have a lot of ETF liquidity. It's problematic. If only Zimijewski told you 100% of the time whether a company was going to go bankrupt or not, Stefan, then it might be useful. But there are factors that it doesn't consider. Last 13G fell by BlackRock was from the fall, and it had like 13 million shares at a basis of around 17, I think. On Upstart? Their cost basis, I thought their cost basis was way higher than that. Maybe I'm thinking of Vanguard. 1 second. Ownership. Vanguard's $156, and Morgan Stanley's 122. BlackRock has an average share price of 143. State Street's got a pretty low cost basis, 2620. Oh, you're talking about Fubo. Yeah, it looks like BlackRock has, well, now they have another million shares, but they had a cost basis of 1870 on Fubo. The bar rate going up that high this quickly implies covering is near, right? It implies someone is desperately trying not to be fucked. I can imagine a short sitting at his trading desk right now that is in a very unfavorable position. I should close. Rick's voice dubbed over in monotone. Any thought on AMD earnings tonight? Thanks. I think they've lowered their guidance sufficiently, but they could still miss a little bit. I think they're in a more favorable position than Intel. I don't think they're going to miss that hard. Let's go pick them up. If we go pick them up, me and Atomic are going on vacation together. Can we just have one OPEX like the good old days, please? Right? At 1.75x speed, you sound a bit like Michael Cera. Huh. Tinfoil hat time. This isn't the same market of yesteryear. The very real threat of systemic liquidity warranted a significant and as of yet undisclosed rules, regs, and deferral practices. No, those haven't really changed that much recently. They changed a lot of rules after GME ran, like throughout 2022, but I don't think there's any that we're not aware of in the current settlement guides. Just the dates don't line up as favorably as they did before. Well, throughout 2022 they didn't. This year should be a little bit better. We're going to pick up MM's money now? No. We're discussing BlackRock's cost basis on Fubo. I have 35,000 reasons that I'd like to pick them up. At 0.75 speed, you sound more condescending. Like everything is being explained like I'm 5 to us regards. How can I possibly sound more condescending? So Fubo back to 18? Don't say shit like that. That's not real. That's imaginary. Same thing was from their earnings. I'll check it out later. What did it say? Give me the gist. You're an analyst. Well, financial advisor. When GME next dividend? I'd imagine not until they're profitable. I didn't spell it, Seremus. Relax. 261, same as 741? No. Is this 1269 finally popping off, or is it Popovich time? Popovich? Are you talking about the like Popov? Jimmy gonna bust. Might do something. Be cool if the market just broke up. I'd be okay with that too. You can try raising the inflection at the end of each sentence, like this. That's always condescending. Oh, okay. Cheers to a new bull market. The golden age is upon us. Bears are done. Is that one of the bots? $14 and the one thing I know for certain is I officially hate holidays. Between having to spend time with annoying relatives and the plethora of notifications of markets being closed, and most importantly, deferral codes. Fuck you, holidays. By the way, thanks for sharing your knowledge with us. The market should be open 24/7. Every day of the year. We're not children. We don't need holidays. If you want to spend time with your families away from work and you work in finance, don't work in finance. They all run variations of the same script. Oh, okay. I just don't get what they're advertising. Like, who built that bot? Obviously someone with calls, but good spot for 0 DT 4065s? No, that's super greedy. You're
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill 'cause he's taking all my money.
I'm here. Mr. Flags, thank you so much. How was Upstart able to run so easily in the pre-market? It's very hard to fight back against the price action with options in the pre-market, isn't it? SPY 4065 possible end of day. Possible, but kind of the upper range. I don't know if I'd want calls at 4065. Like 4060, okay. 4065, no, because you don't have any time to get out of them. And you can burn up all your theta waiting for us to break above the collar if we don't get enough momentum, right? Although we are getting some momentum right now. No, but one of the work guys did just like open my front door, which was uncomfortable. Still holding 4090 C, thinking of cutting mine as they're near break even. I'm still holding them, actually. But I have some time on them. I might wait a little bit. They are close to break even. Did you think you were getting home invaded? I mean, I don't fucking know. I just probably should have locked my front door. I'm still not done complaining about IBKR TWS. Okay. What is debt for equity exchange? Like a swap? It's like where one party would get the equity and the other would in turn receive a cancellation of their debt. Usually debt equity swaps are done for like companies that don't have enough capital to continue operations. Hmm. Why? Is Bobby chasing one of those now? That'll be the next step in moving into bankruptcy. Or trying not to move into bankruptcy. Hey, haven't watched you for like 6 months. What's up, man? Honest opinion, what do you think about GME now? Kind of got exhausted keeping up with it day to day, but I'm still holding it. It's getting near positive free cash flow and positive EPS, but it could be another like 6 months before we really hit stride on those, and probably not significantly positive until like Q1 of 2024. So revaluation over the next year is on the table. It still has weird volatility and lots of volatility shorting. So there's still money to be made selling CCs on it, but not if you're waiting for the price to go up, you might have to wait a bit longer. Or at least go up sufficiently to cover whatever your cost basis is. What's your go-to object for home invasion if one were to happen? I don't know. I have a lot of sharp kitchen knives, and I have like like a stick, like well, it's a tire beater. You guys know what those are? It's like a stick full of lead. I don't keep cash. Civilized person. When Upstart up 165%, 655% in one day. That'd be really cool. I wish you could tell me because I'd buy in right before that happened so hard. Since there hasn't been any significant liquidity event today or yesterday, we can probably assume that tomorrow won't be any different. No, you can't. That's not how that works. It's not a bow staff. I'm not Donatello. That's true. I do always have options as a strategic investment, as a backup. Thanks, Bob. For example, if I want to set a stop limit price for 40.55, what price would I enter? Use your options contract and not the underlying. You're trading a derivative, not a stock. You can, there's some like real-time calculators for Trader Workstation that'll let you do that, but generally speaking, you need to understand the value of your contract. What did I miss? Why are there now pink and brown names? Everyone looks the same to me. If your Tesla calls were even, would you bail on them? I don't know, maybe not. I'm kind of thinking of bailing on the weeklies. But they're not even yet, so I'll give it a minute. Why did RC turn off your heat? What? I don't think he did. YouTube will roll out the update to you in a couple days. It's trippy. That sounds awful. Unless it makes pigeon whales blue. In which case, cool. When will the market start caring about revised and reduced forward guidance? I mean, it's going to start caring about it probably into the rest of the S&P earnings. More so in quarter two, or quarter two of this year, quarter one reporting. Because anybody who didn't revise for quarter four is going to have to revise a lot for quarter one, right? The potential buy-ins on basket stocks today, tomorrow. It's not OPEC settlement from 120. It's not T5 from 12 to 18 secondary market settlement. What is it? MLK deferral for? I mean, that's what we're looking at now. If we missed a part of the trade that was deferrable during the MLK period, we know we had settlement on secondary market liquidity from the 12th to the 18th, right? So it could be that the last part of the trade was deferred during that period, and so that's what we're looking to now. I mean, it's a new thesis, and the only way to test it is in hindsight. So when you close in your SPX, your OPEX positions, if we don't rip today, no, probably close them tomorrow. Did we run in CNS on Friday? I think a little bit. I think we just ran all day Friday, but no, not much. Tesla and Upstart look like they're picking up some steam. Power Hour song? I already missed it. SPX reversing yesterday? A bit. 4070 is still a long way off. You can't defer a deferred position. But if it's a different trade, you can. It's not all one trade. It's multiple trades that are broken apart across at least a couple counterparties. Yeah, Nasdaq's doing pretty good today. Big players grabbed straddles or sold contracts the past 2 days with all the vol. Yeah. You see SI got 7% BlackRock buy-in PR just now. Pretty interesting for perceived bankruptcy candidate with 75% short interest. I don't even know what that is. This is kind of like how Tor works, right? Shuffle and delay. Maybe the borrow rate's really high. Did you defer the Power Hour music on us? Shame. This is a Power Hour holiday. Is this bullish if Upstart can make it back green before end of day with the volume seemingly shorting it? Yeah, that'd be pretty good. The benefit of all this waiting is the longer those positions remain unresolved, the more they pile up, and the greater amount of risk they present, and the realization of them becomes larger and larger. Unless they aren't piling up and slowly cover on our sideways days. But they did. They already piled up a shitload of them. And they're not really resolving them. We can look at that. It's not like a fucking mystery. I'm a little lost right now. Do you think this is just a small OPEX or less than we expected? I don't think there's been any realization of liquidity. So not a small OPEX, not less than we expected. None of what we've expected. I mean, we got some secondary market liquidity realization, but nothing in the primary market. And that's true of both Upstart and GME, right? I don't have any thoughts if we don't run today. Tomorrow's the 1st. Today's not. People should just reframe their questions as, will my weeklies be okay? That's all people want to know. Probably not. They're weeklies. I mean, weeklies are like, basically, if it runs really, really fucking hard, you make money. Otherwise, you blew a bunch of money on weeklies. Could we be off by a day again? Potentially, but I'm not gonna bet money on that. When is the deferral covering date? Feb 1st or 3rd? I believe it's the 27th through the 1st. 90% sure I posted it in the announcements. Yeah. It's Jan 27 through Feb 1st. There's another one that extends through from Feb 3rd to Feb 7th. But I'm not gonna keep, at that point, I'm just gonna buy more theta, right, and wait and see what happens. And then we can reverse engineer it. I wouldn't be in right now if we hadn't run on Friday. Question, we want to know if we'll break even on our weeklies. I mean, you did this morning and yesterday morning. You want to break even on them a third time? Maybe tomorrow morning? I cut the short dated positions on last Thursday. Here's the deal. I'm probably going to stay long exposed until liquidity is realized. I think it's frustrating because you can't really see us sell CCs even until liquidity is resolved or at least somewhat normalized. I know. It's quite annoying. What's the usual lag time between secondary market liquidity and primary market liquidity? Like 5 days. Yep, Feb 2 for big FTDs due. I guess you run on Thursday. No, it's Feb 6th and 7th is big FTDs. Not Feb 2. There's nothing on Feb 2. We're off because the SRO halt gave them an additional 14 days. Jimmy wasn't halted. It's not part of the securities in the list. Neither was Upstart. I just keep selling CSVs, ties up capital, yes, but some of the when will it run risk off the table. Fair enough. I have CSPs out on GME right now, too. Those motherfuckers got my 40-50 calls on the last dip before the rip to 40-60. Any tips for setting stops better? I think it stopped out too early and missed gains, or take larger losses than I would like. I mean, your stop should be set before you take a larger loss. And then if you're following a trend and you're already profitable, you can set your stop wider around points of consolidation in order to ensure that you don't get stopped out. But sometimes they just tag you anyway, no matter how much effort you put in. Can't they just never normalize liquidity ever and we stay here forever? No, not really. They can cycle it back and forth, but any demand on the stock right now would create a significant problem for them. Woo. That's a big sell-off at 40-60. Is that gonna persist? I don't know. VIX didn't really go up much on that. Still above gamma neutral. Are PMCC worth it on GME if selling CCs aren't safe? Supposing we don't hit gamma max this OPEX. I mean, they carry roughly the same risk. One just offsets your collateral requirement, right? GME's lack of liquidity. How low can you see them driving the price down until they do something to get some liquidity? Hmm. I don't know if they're going to get any liquidity on the downside. They're generally not successful at getting liquidity on GME on the downside. So, and they're already illiquid enough that there's not a lot available to short without hitting the lending pool, and that's why our borrow rate keeps going up. Crash? No, I don't think so. A little bit of long side capitulation. Probably 0 DT selling off from 40-50. So that means we're going to get slippery to the downside. So watch for I don't know, we could recover like a little bit, but I'd watch for a slip back below the collar, or back below like gamma neutral rather. Now that your heat is back on, do you think the demand for natural gas will go up? Not unless Europe gets colder. Lol, it's still OPEX. Wasn't that finished Friday with T+2 finished today? No, T+2, it finishes on Wednesday. I know counting is really hard, but we've been over this like 9 million times, and we go through the same shit every Tuesday. Fidelity bar rate's now 15.25. Okay. Is that up from this morning? Down. It's not really a big change, but Down 25 BPS. Whatever. It doesn't look like we're halting into close on our 2 million volume traded today. Trying to have NVIDIA drop to do 2 again a little so I can add more to my call hedge. Okay. XR2 is up 2% today. That's rare. Yes, it was. All-time low volume, top 3 anyway. Well, we should see DPI go up tonight. Well, hopefully we see DPI go up tonight. When was the last time Bar was really high, like on Upstart, where stock didn't run? And it could be a long time before it does run due to the cost to borrow being high. Upscore, almost 10 million volume. Yeah, it's quite a lot. Is it possible different ETFs use separate deferral types? Yes. The big ones haven't been realized yet, though, if that's the case. Sure seems like a lot of volume for one day. Upstart's in a very different position than GME. If you're referring to Upstart's volume. This isn't covering, this is churning of volume in order to reduce the number of FTDs or to clear FTDs. I think shorts market wide are hoping for a hawkish Fed tomorrow. So about 7,000, 6P and 6C. 20 seconds later, block trade for 700k shares. Is this covering FTDs? No. If they were covering FTDs, you'd see the call would be in the money, and the put would be in the money. The put in that scenario, the put is in the money, but the call is not. Oh, I get it. When you say 3 days, you mean 3 days? Yeah. Strangely enough. Alright, well, we just tested gamma neutral on SPX. Well, very close to it. VIX is rising. It could leg down one more time. They really just boofed 2 million shares of gamma exposure on what? On Jamie? Jimmy, gamma today from Friday was 1.1 million per dollar in price improvement. So $1.1 million per 1%. No, I don't think they boofed 2 million shares. It seems like big guys getting call entries on the cheap. Cheaper. Power hour is just more volume. It's not just ups. $138, 9 million calls hit SPX at 3:16 p.m. Didn't have very much effect. Anyone know if Upstart IBKR cost to borrow is the same? I don't know what it is right now, but it was like 80% earlier. I doubt it's changed very much. Still having a hard time counting. T+2 works like this. Friday, opening bell, through Wednesday, opening bell. T, Monday, Tuesday, but opening bell means price might not move till 1 p.m. So short the stock. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. You should have bought more theta. Don't be a fucking idiot. You've been through this 500 times. I like my fucks given are 0 at this point. Oh my fucking god. You're not helping the situation, JC. Would you rather know a volatile move is going to happen on a stock on a specific day, or know the price of that stock 6 to 9 months into the future, but not know exactly what day? Number 2. Well, how big is the volatile move? Are they equal? Is it like in 9 months, the stock is going to go up 300%? Or on this day, the stock is going to go up 300%? Because that's pretty obvious. I go poopy. It could be any price in 6 to 9 months. Well, that's not very helpful, is it? Ah, 82.3 IBKR. Up again? Rolling upstart March to April? Not yet. I'll probably hold through, like, at least the ETF FTD period. Do I have any upstart March? Yeah. Those aren't actually doing that badly. Yeah, probably not for a little bit. Jimmy Ivy 30 108 to 93 from yesterday AM till now. I know. Gorkle, are my 1000 GME 45 weeklies bought on the peak of Monday safe? I'll hang up and listen. The Boss ETF has run many ads today, and I've never seen one before. Is this them looking for liquidity? I don't know. I never heard of the fucking ETF until I started looking at Upstart, so maybe. I've definitely never seen any ads for it. I got filled on Cat 257.50 expiring Feb 3rd at 105. Is that good or bad? I can't tell. So you bought weeklies for 257.50 on Cat? You better hope the Fed's dovish tomorrow. Last 2 days have been strange with the SPX getting shorted Monday. Today the basket stocks being contained on upward index movement. Goofy stuff going on. I don't know, the index is selling off right now. We're almost back below gamma neutral. I wonder if we hold gamma neutral. It's a great place to straddle. Actually. Watching Jimmy for 2 years has really helped us with learning to trade futures. Either volatile as fuck or not doing anything. Yep. Volume on Upstart is indicative of removal from reg show. This is not a question. There was no mark. This is a statement. It can be indicative of a removal from reg show, provided they are successful and not continuously failing. Also, 5 days minimum to be removed from reg show. What'd you sell? You look sad. I didn't sell anything. I bought a straddle at 40.50. It'll be off by the end of the week. Unless the price goes up. Then they gotta do it all over again. If you make money on both sides of your straddle, are you technically doing it wrong? Yes. I doubt sky high borrow rate and near unavailability of shares means that Upstart is off reg show. I mean, they could be borrowing shares to satisfy FTDs. OPEX solved. 7 is odd, so we triple it and add 1 to get 22. 22 is even, so we divide it by 2 to get 11. 11 is odd, so we triple it and add 1 to get 34. OPEX is tomorrow, 8 a.m. I wish. Every time someone straddles the SPX pony plays in JPow's office. I'm having a big bowl of pho for lunch. Should I save a few cups for the folks asking about T+2? If you are what you eat, they are clearly pho cups. That doesn't sound like a BAM prediction. What the fuck is BAM? They're almost out of liquidity. Same like shorts are nearly out of ammo. Except an actual measurement of the amount of ammo they have. If you pulled your head out of your ass and looked at a time frame longer than 1 minute, maybe you wouldn't react so emotionally to every change in the price of the stock you own. That wasn't really stop loss hunting. A bunch of 40-50 0 DTs closed out. Do you think having more data available to you increases indecision? It can. MACD will cross over on the 1 minute chart if we yell at it long enough. Pores are already trying to pull holes in my theory. Whatever, just sell them cover calls. Look, it bounced where you said it would. I know. Are you bullish on Upstart in the coming days? I saw JFresh celebrating early on this AM. I mean, I'm above my cost basis, and I'm up on my synthetic longs. All of the profits which have now been lost on weeklies, but that's fine. So yeah, cost to borrow is rising. It's not getting any more liquid. It runs again and it goes back on reg show even if they get it off. I mean, I've got theta, right? I don't mind waiting to be rich. I'm okay with that. I was done with this shit last Thursday. It's not my fault we ran on Friday. I didn't buy 14 million shares of fucking GameStop. Hey Greg, I noticed some of the stocks we follow, including SPX, went up and down today. Let's do it again tomorrow. I plan on it. Are shares same like infinite theta? I mean, yes. Can in the money puts be used to wash FTDs? Yeah, in the money puts reversal trades can be used to wash FTDs. So you buy it in the money put, you buy it in the money call, you exercise the call, exercise the put, generates volume, which you can use to clear FTDs through CNS. If nothing happens with Jimmy this week, would you get out of your longer dated OPEX positions? I'll keep the 2024 like volatility stuff. I'll keep the synthetic longs as long as we stay above like $20, and then I'll probably close out. I'll close out weeklies in like Feb 17s. March. March I might give them like another week and see what happens with the ETF FTDs. $10 million volume, whatever the fuck it was. What was Friday? It was a lot. $11.89. Close enough. Which big players do you think are on our side fighting the upstart shorts? What was it? Viking bought in like back in August. You still have like Vanguard, Morgan, BlackRock, all way underwater on their cost bases. There's one hedge fund I can't remember the name of. State Street's long. Thoughts on Fubo Ray earnings? I'm excited to see what their earnings report has in it. I mean, I want to see subscriber growth. We're gonna be seeing subscriber growth from the period during the World Cup, so it could be pretty bullish. Nvidia puts soon. I mean, if you get enough theta, just don't be stupid with them. Try to buy like 100s for like June, you know. And if you're gonna do that, don't try to hold them till it hits 100. Next week, ETF FTDs as well as other possible deferment period of Feb 3rd through 7th. Yeah, but I need to reposition for that if I'm gonna target that, and I'm more likely to use that period to sell some covered calls and recoup any losses over the last 2 weeks. What is ETF FTD period for GME? Right now, we only have 2 days that look remotely significant, and those are the 6th and 7th. Did you see Fubo repricing happening at this upcoming earnings? It could. BlackRock apparently went long another 1 million shares recently, so we'll have more 13Gs coming in over the next few weeks, but it's a good sign. FYI, Pores, I know a guy with a YouTube channel who never needs another OPEX to happen and can generate 1 million euros in CCs. The true MOASS. Food for thought. Fubo is not trading at a multiple, maybe earnings breakout. Yeah, I mean, earnings and subscriber growth. I don't know if it would trade at a multiple, but it could trade a bit higher than book. What do you think of Snap earnings today? They've been pretty shitty so far. I don't know. I think ad revenues are still down. Their margins can't be doing much better. I know all these bears can be a bit of a buzzkill, but keep crushing it, bro. Man, I didn't tell them to buy the fucking stock at $55. Imagine, and at that, imagine being bearish on a stock that you're long on. Man, WeBull paper trading is awful. I can never get fills trying to straddle the SPX. Anyone else have this issue? It's extremely frustrating. I have no idea. I mean, right now, without a realization of liquidity, there's not a lot of downside. So I mean, there's not really like a rug pull to worry about. They can't magic the shares out of thin air without buying them back, so they just make their position even worse and we run even harder. I'm alright with that. Listen, Pickle Man, you didn't tell me to buy the stock at $55, but you also didn't tell me not to be an idiot. Just hurry up and get this OPEX going. That means CSPs, dummies. On JV, no liquidity means less chance of downside, except for J-Power. We'll see what he does. Buy a couple puts if you're afraid. Like, what the fuck? It's so easy. You're like, hey, I own this stock. I'm afraid it might go down. You gotta continue to roll out like November to March last year. I mean, my position's not nearly as big as that one was. So yeah, I think it's far more manageable. I haven't let myself get too out there. The synthetic and also I was more careful with the vol positions and the synthetic longs, so I can sit on the synthetic longs for a lot of time, right? The weekly shit, it's whatever. I mean, it's like a couple $1,000. Hits, it hits. If it doesn't, who gives a shit? No, that's not how it works. Why does everyone have to take everything to the extreme? If you think the price of the stock is going to drop at the Fed meeting, protect your current price, right? A little bit. You don't have to go fucking nuts. You don't have to full port into it. Just, get enough puts to offset the loss. And then if it doesn't happen, close them, right? And then you take a small loss, ensuring that you didn't suffer a greater one. Is this it? Are we mooning? I mean, no, the SPX is almost back to where it was before all the calls sold off. And if anything, this might just prompt more calls to sell off. Be careful. Like I said, I don't think we're crossing the straddle or the collar today. It's a good sign that we bounced off gamma neutral. Kind of bullish. I think I need to reposition the calls I just bought on my straddle. Maybe I should just save them. I think 25 is expected. It's probably mostly priced in at 40-60. I don't think it's overtly bullish, but it could cause a lot of short capitulation, anybody hoping for a bigger downside. Gherk, seriously though, how do you deal with this day in and day out? Because every day the people who are better at this concentrate, and the people who aren't and can't handle it and it's too much fall to the wayside. And so over time it gets better and people become more informed, and those people who stick with it and do get better and put the time and effort in, it's very beneficial to them. So I don't care about the rest. Some of you have become quite successful traders. Some of you make more money than you ever did before. Awesome. Some people lose a bunch of money and continue to do stupid shit even though they've made that mistake in the past. They're going to keep doing that. You can't stop that. Some people just have horrible gambling habits. you kind of have to ignore that because you can't be the one to help them, right? There's some people that are like, hey, we could bounce off Gamma Max, and they straddle SPX right there, and they just made $5,000, right? Like, I mean, it's true. People like Denied. Yeah, Denied has got a serious gambling problem. Yeah, some people trade MACD on a rising market. Pull in the Louvre to end the strike. Too many try to hit grand slams when a series of base hits has the same results over time. Yeah. I mean, but we find here's the funny thing is this is the pickle jar ports. After all this time, it's still always the same deal. And this is true for like 70% of you. Don't bullshit me. Everyone makes money here. And then they gamble it away on OPEX. And then they make money again. And they gamble it away on OPEX. Just stop full porting into every OPEX. They're high risk. They're unreliable. Jesus fucking Christ. Why is this getting so much gas? Hold on. I gotta look at this because futures buying is going ape shit. VIX is going up. The fuck is going on? Think JPM's rolling? Maybe. That's a lot of fucking volume. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. I gotta close these 40/50s I just opened. Wait. Risky. Fuck, I really don't want to strangle the Fed meeting. Son of a bitch. Never mind. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, I'll keep the... well, we just blew out the collar. Are they rolling it? Is anyone seeing the options flow right now on this? Because we moved up through 4065 way too fast there. I can sell off my 4090s now. There's no leak. How the fuck are our stocks not going up? Internalization? Bullish though, applying pressure. Yeah, it is. It's good. It'd be awesome if Upstart and GME both closed the day above VWAP. I can say that much. Biggest I've ever seen MOC, 7.2 billion buy side. It's massive. SPX halt into close. Care to verbalize VWAP for Upstart and GME? Oh, sorry. Upstart VWAP is at 1859, which it's currently trading at. GME is 2168. So above the 1850 and the 2150 strikes. Can SPX halt? Yeah, but only under a few conditions. Most of which you probably hope you never see. 7.2 billion buy-side market imbalance today per Bazinga. OPEX is saved. Maybe. There's no limit up halt for SPX? Nope. This train has no brakes. Alright, Upstart through VWAP. GME getting close. Man, this is just, it just keeps going. I don't know if it's gonna stop. This is like a fucking squeeze. Like, the amount of momentum is insane. The consolidation's already turning back around. It's staying, like, futures are staying massively overbought. That's the Chawler? Yeah, but we don't see the order yet, so we don't know. It looks like it. The quick drop into a big spike like this definitely looks like a roll on the collar, but we don't have the data yet. It could be a different collar, it may not be as big a one. Jesus Christ, the volatility. Oh, okay. Hold on. Is that the top? GME above VWAP. Fuck, that was a big imbalance. If that's all that was. That might be one of the harder moves I've seen on the SPX like the last year. At least upside moves. Jesus fucking Christ. like 50 BPS in less than 15 minutes. That was the best and worst straddle I've ever bought. It's not done. There's only 4 minutes left, though. What the fuck is going on right now? Oh my god, Watkins puts. No, I'm not gonna observe. It's not gonna be over New York City, is it? You can't see comets from New York City. I remember how we talk about institutions try and drag the markets opposite of their prediction for events. Careful with this bullishness. I mean, I'm straddled right now, but I also like money. There's gonna come a day when the market just doesn't give a fuck what the Fed does anymore because there's no more faith in them to do what they're supposed to be doing, right? You're just gonna run all the way into fucking close? Where's that lol is this power hour guy? Alright, VIX fell down a little bit. Not much though. A fucking anti-correlation. SPY 0 DC is up 200%. You have to stand on top of the BlackRock building to see the comments. Help, I accidentally changed Chrome to Korean. 70k volume on 4050, 4070 calls each for Friday. Jesus. This is so shady. Okay, I gotta close these 4090s. There's no way I'm carrying them overnight. I guess I just hold the straddle. I can't reposition it. I'll roll the puts up. Fuck. Ding ding. I got some of the puts rolled up to 4070, but I didn't fill on all of them. How much percent did you make on the 4090s? They went up about 63. Yes. Some of them stopped out lower. 58, 63. Well, that was some crazy shit. I guess we're seeing the other side of that interest rate arbitrage realized today. That was pretty cool. Fun little SPX MOASS into close. They'll probably try to balance out GME's pricing after hours if they can. Not a lot of volume on this 200 share sell though. That was definitely interesting. I don't know what else to say about it. Tomorrow's the last day of this FINRA deferral settlement period. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, if we don't see anything coming in or anything significant through the early part of the day, it becomes a greater and greater risk as the day progresses. So make a plan to manage positions or roll out or get more theta. If you're already in some positions that have decent theta, you're probably okay to, wait out the price action, but protect yourself from any potential downside during the Fed meeting. Especially with this crazy run tonight. That's about it. I mean, yeah, we're still waiting for realization of liquidity. But closing above VWAP was very good. That puts them back on the back foot again. Back and forth, right? Tips, yeah, we could take a look at them before I close it all out. What the fuck was that? Woo! That was a big fucking trade imbalance and a massive rush of buying on futures. I'd like to see the collar rolled here because then at least it would make more sense. Otherwise, I've got to look into some data. But let's take a look at our tips. So we had pulled back up again through the intraday, but we are flat now. The trend not entirely in our favor here on the intraday, but on the 1 day, we're still realizing expansion. It's just kind of slow, and it seems to be a very large move over time. The majority of it is right here where we kind of shift, but there's still a very long way for us to go till even to reach like September liquidity, like September ETF FTD liquidity levels, and a very long way to go to hit something like March. But on the 4 hour, yeah, you can see a little more granular data, and we are trending back the way we want to into close today. So that rally definitely helped us out. And for Upstart, Upstart's also has expanding liquidity and quite a ways to run, but pressure is a little higher there. But yeah, we're still moving the direction we want to go into the end of today. So this still looks very good. Obviously, there are break points here that we want to see. We're pretty close to one for Upstart historically. And, that's going to be at about $20 is where we start to really unlock a lot of liquidity. Member chat, thank you so much, Veronica. Fubo? We could look at it. It's also still going through an expansion. This was August, the August run. We are pulling back a little bit, but the ETFs are becoming more liquid, so this could revert really fast. This is way more liquid than Upstart or GME, so the tips aren't as valuable here. We have other indicators we use, but it doesn't look bad. I mean, the pullback today was very tiny. We can reverse direction. That's about it. All right. Well, thank you guys for tuning in. Keep an eye out for earnings tonight. There's some big ones, I think. We have who are the important ones tonight? I think we have AMD, right? And then we have Snap. Are those the big ones? Yeah, AMD and Snap are gonna be the important ones. AMD's earnings aren't out yet, but their report might be. Maybe, no, probably not, given the amount of volatility here. Is Exxon tonight? No, right? Exxon's not tonight. It is? Okay, that's a big deal. I didn't know Exxon was tonight. I thought Exxon was this morning. McDonald's and Pfizer were definitely this morning. Cat's tomorrow morning, I believe. Or no, Cat was this morning too. Yeah, everything you're talking about was this morning. Cat was this morning. Exxon was this morning. McDonald's was this morning. UPS, Pfizer. Those were all this morning. Yeah, Cat already happened. We fucking went over that today. The only really big one tonight is AMD. Snapchat, I guess. I don't know if anybody cares about like Amgen or like Match. Spot had a crazy beat. Oh, cool. You're poking on Stefan on MACD is making the shids flow through him. I'm noticing that. Aunt Annie's is tonight. Could make or break the market. No, Exxon was this morning. Exxon's not tomorrow morning. Tomorrow night has Meta. And then Thursday's Amazon, Apple. Apple, Alphabet. Thursday's huge. And probably more important than the Fed meeting. GME getting murdered after hours. It's down in after hours, but on like fucking 300 volume. Who gives a shit? Release the results already? Alright, that's it. You guys have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have.
Must have what? Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
you, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.